Havoc has an impressive history here, winning 68% of their lifetime meetings. It's a massive psychological edge, but his confidence might be shaken after dropping 3 of his most recent series. Mist is cruising right now with a narrow lead. He's really fighting to keep his composure after those losses to Catalyst. Mist is really starting to put some pressure on Havoc early in this series. He just keeps rolling, securing a 3rd straight victory to hold a commanding lead. The skill gap on the ladder isn't reflecting in these early rounds. A fierce exchange of shots, but Mist comes out on top for the 4th straight. The gap between them on the ladder is completely invisible right now. He is just untouchable right now, securing another effortless win to stay in complete control. He is simply refusing to let up, adding a 6th straight round to a terrifying run. He's on fire. Mist puts up a 7th straight win to push the lead to 8-1. Finally, Havoc gets a round back on the board. We're seeing a glimpse of that top 5 rating now. Mist is really leaning into this momentum today, while Havoc has been struggling recently with a 3-match losing streak. It's becoming a real struggle for him to translate that high rank into actual round wins here. Mist takes a huge 10-2 lead into the break. I mean, this is a complete reversal of what we expected. Havoc is normally the dominant force in this rivalry, but he's looking totally lost right now. Time to switch things up. Mist keeps the hammer down at 10-3. A critical moment for him to finally find some stability. Mist just stepped up and cleaned him right off their ramp. He really has the upper hand in their overall head-to-head record. Havoc is showing a bit more resistance now, trading rounds and keeping this very much alive. His rank should have dominated this game from the start. Havoc is finally putting on a push, taking 2 in a row to chip away at that lead. He's desperately trying to shake off that recent slump. He's really hitting his stride now, putting together a strong 3-round surge. He's finally playing like a top 10 rated player. That's another quick blow to the head, putting Mist just a single round away from victory. Havoc keeps his hopes alive by picking him off the ramp. He's proving why the odds makers had him as the heavy favorite today. A huge stop there, and he's just refusing to let this game slip away. The momentum shift is starting to look serious. Unreal, that's the finale, and Mist closes out the series with a perfect shot. He just completely stole the spotlight here today, proving he can go toe-to-toe with the elite of this league. Esther comes in here with a strong 26-9 record over the last day. It's definitely a contrast to how Havoc has been struggling lately after dropping several matches in a row. Now the question is whether that momentum carries forward into the rest of this set. Havoc is really starting to take control here, using that high ground to shut things down. Absolute perfection from Havoc, who just completely dismantled his opponent to secure a third straight round. Esther finally finds a way to respond, keeping the game within reach. Havoc holds a commanding 4-2 lead heading into this. The head-to-head history really favors the man in the lead. Havoc has a massive long-term lead in their head-to-head history, having won 42 of their previous encounters. So yeah, it looks like he's really relying on that mental edge to build his current lead. We have to see if Esther can actually break this cycle. A total shutdown of the opposition, and he's now claiming 4 straight. A tough spot for the 12th ranked player in the league. Unreal. He barely sneezes and survives that encounter to push his lead to 8. Exactly how you'd expect a top 5 player to perform. Aster manages to shake things up with a quick response here. Coming in after those 3 straight losses today, he's looking for any gap in the defense. Havoc is sitting pretty with a 9-3 lead. I mean, he's really making the most of his rank advantage here. He's completely in the driver's seat after that long run of points. Time to shake things up. Aster is buried deep in a 4-9 hole now. He's certainly putting in a better shift than he did against Mist. Havoc quickly cleans up the high ground here, not letting Aster stay comfortable for a second. The favorite is firmly back in charge now. Havoc is just relentless, pushing his lead to 10-5. He's clearly finding a way to fight back after that defeat to Mist. Havoc just claims another one from the box, and he's simply too fast for Esther right now. A really dominant way to put the pressure on. That was a precise reaction, leaving him just a single step away from victory. The gap in skill is just way too wide right now. A huge response from Aster to keep himself in this fight, just as the pressure peaked. Aster keeps the pressure on, adding another point to his tally. He's showing a lot of grit while staring down a huge deficit. What a finish! Havoc closes out the series with a clean final shot to secure the victory. Finally, a victory for Havoc today, proving that he's still a force to be reckoned with when it counts. Esther has really owned the all-time head-to-head with 212 wins over Mist, and the scoreline is already starting to look like a repeat of that historical pattern. We'll see if Mist can find a way to break that cycle early on. Another clean sweep. He's just on another level right now. Absolutely effortless. He's completely stifling any hope of a comeback for Mist right now. Mist answers back, preventing a completely runaway lead. He's definitely proving that recent win from yesterday could happen again. Esther is just cruising with a commanding 5-1 lead. The top quartile skill level is really showing here. Esther has stayed incredibly consistent with a 25-10 record over the last day. So yeah, it's really a matter of whether Mist can push this into a closer contest than the maps usually suggest. Let's see if he can actually put a dent in the favorites' lead. Mist is on a tear now, completely shifting the energy of this match. The gap between them is narrowing fast. What a turn of events! We are completely tied up, and Mist has all the power now. The underdog is truly making a statement now. Simply unbelievable, he is completely taking over the server right now. A complete flip from what we expected heading into this set. Mist takes a 7-5 lead into the break. He is playing exactly like the favorite right now. He managed to stop the bleeding after an early slide and is holding steady for the moment. Let's see who wakes up first. The pressure is really getting to Esther now as he lets another one slip. His momentum is skyrocketing after those losses earlier today. Esther is showing a lot of grit, refusing to let the deficit grow further. He's fighting back to keep this game from slipping away. Esther is staying composed, keeping the pressure on to narrow this gap. He is just unstoppable right now, completely resetting the pace to bring us back to a dead heat. He's completely seized control, taking his fourth straight to officially flip the lead. He's simply refusing to go away, evening the score with another lightning fast shot. Esther just stopped the momentum dead and reclaimed the slim lead. The higher rated man is starting to look comfortable again. And he gets the edge right back, bringing the score dead level at 10-all. This really is a toss-up now. He's back in the lead, showing some incredible mental strength to claw his way back into this game. That's a really impressive swing in momentum. He's simply on fire, securing another flawless duel to put himself just one step away from victory. Esther secures a vital hold from the ramp to stay alive in this series. The experience is starting to show in these high-pressure situations. What a finish! Mist closes it out with an incredible display of grit to complete the comeback. He's finally shaken off that long-term shadow. Just an incredible display of willpower to outlast a player who usually owns him. Truly an inspired performance. He had to work for that. Havoc claimed the early advantage by holding the high ground on the ramp for that opening round. What a scramble! He barely scrapes through that exchange with a tiny sliver of health. The top 5 seeding is really showing for him right now. He is simply untouchable right now, securing another effortless point to move ahead. Mist survives a wild scramble to get his first point of the set. A welcome sight for the underdog early on. Havoc holds a massive advantage in their historical head-to-head, having won nearly 70% of their meetings over the years. It's an intimidating track record that makes his current lead feel inevitable. We'll see if Mist can keep his composure while facing that pressure. A fierce battle for height, but Havoc outlasts him in the duel on the ramp. The gap between the rankings is starting to feel very real. Absolutely devastating. He keeps piling on the rounds with a 4th straight victory. Nice read by Mist, picking the favorite of those boxes. That's twice now that he's managed to take a map from him. Havoc really likes the view from that ramp, using the high ground to quickly shut that round down. Mist is refusing to let this slide and keeps putting up a fight. It's a flash of that momentum from their last meeting. A 9-3 lead for Havoc heading into the switch. I mean, this is exactly the kind of performance we expected from the top seed. Mist needs a huge shift in energy if he wants to claw back into this. Time for some new looks. Mist actually took their last map together on Orange just a few hours ago, but that seems like a distant memory looking at how he's struggling here. He just can't find a way to break through Havoc's defense today. He puts on a clinic from the ramp, putting himself just 1 point away from the win. Boom! Havoc closes it out with a perfect shot to secure the victory. He really took control of the pace today, making it look far too easy for the veteran. Havoc really has Aster's number with a commanding 43-24 head-to-head lead. It's a psychological edge that's clearly paying off given how quickly we saw that first opening shot. The real question is if Aster can break that pattern today. Aster quickly shuts that down, reacting instantly as Havoc tried to use the ramp for an advantage. Havoc really knows how to hold that wine box, just simply outplaying Aster once again. The higher rated player is really asserting himself early. Havoc is just cruising along with a 4-1 lead. He's really capitalizing on that recent momentum from the previous matchup. He clears the way from the ramp, quickly turning the tide of this match. He's really making a case for that top 5 ranking right now. Aster quickly reacts and picks him off the planks. Aster is fighting hard to shake off that recent free game skid. Havoc is just too fast. He keeps finding the right gaps to exploit from the ramp. Unreal. He barely clings to life with a tiny sliver of health, finally securing the fight on the ramp. Aster is really putting up a fight, proving he can hold his own in those face-to-face ramp brawls. Aster is fighting an uphill battle despite coming in with a 67% win rate on this map. It's a tough spot to be in when you're technically the stronger player in the AVE environment, but just can't close out the rounds. He's really struggling to put any pressure on Havoc right now. Havoc leads it 8-4 going into the break. I mean, everything we expected to see is happening. The top 5 seed is controlling the tempo and keeping his target on the lead. Havoc keeps moving forward, holding a commanding 9-4 lead. It's a familiar story, mirroring their most recent meeting on the dunes. Havoc's just relentless, pushing a massive 10-4 lead. His recent run of form is looking scary right now. Aster is trying to keep things interesting, but he's still got a mountain to climb from here. A crucial response for the rank 13 seed. Aster is starting to find some answers, utilizing the ramp to put together a nice little run here. He is refusing to let the lead slip away effortlessly. Aster is completely on fire right now, extending his run to 3 consecutive rounds. The pressure is clearly mounting for the number 5 seed. Wow. A 4th straight for him, narrowing the gap significantly. The favorite is definitely starting to look vulnerable. Incredible. He just can't be stopped right now, securing a 5th straight round to close the gap. Everything is upside down compared to the pre-game projections. Havoc finally answers back, putting a stop to that run. He's clearly feeling confident after that blowout win against Mist earlier today. A complete slugfest, but Aster digs deep to survive and close the gap to 10-11. The momentum has shifted completely from where they started. A tight exchange of fire, but he comes out on top to reach match point. He's just playing his typical game right now. What a stand. He keeps the dream alive and pushes the score to 11-12. Total chaos now, considering the odds were so skewed before this. He wipes the slate clean from the ramp, forcing this game into overtime. It's essentially a toss-up now with a completely fresh board. That was an absolute war of attrition, but he outlasts his opponent to secure another round. He's practically carved out a new path to victory. Havoc wins the race to the target from the ramp, evening the map at 13-13. Absolute precision there, moving back into the lead with a perfectly executed shot. He's really refused to let Havoc close this out. They are trading rounds back and forth. It's a complete stalemate moving into the twilight of this series. Neither side is giving an inch now. He shows incredible grit, surviving a brutal trade on the ramp to move one step closer to victory. Just barely survived that one to stay on top. A clean break from the ramp for Havoc, and he's now just one kill away from ending it all. The gap in their rankings is practically invisible at this stage. Aster takes the lead at 16-15, putting the pressure on. Aster's now firmly in control at 17-15. He is really capitalizing on this newfound confidence. Aster is putting the squeeze on with a 17-16 edge. He's showing why he sits so high in our rating. Havoc fights back and we're deadlocked at 17 apiece. Everything is back to a dead heat as we head into the twilight. Havoc claws back a tiny lead at 18-17. The momentum is swinging back to the heavy favorite. Havoc is pulling ahead now, leading it 19-17. He really knew how to dig in and hold his nerve when it counted. Such a grind out there for both of them. He had to work for that. Aster has a massive 72% success rate on this map. It's a strong statistical advantage that makes him the heavy favorite today. He'll be eager to use that confidence to erase his current losing skid. Aster is just cruising right now with a 2-0 lead. Mist has really struggled with the top 20 lately. Unreal, he almost went down with that, but somehow finds a way to scrap through. He is looking for some redemption after that last meeting. Aster's firmly in control now, leading 3-1. Just a glimpse of that higher rating making a difference. Aster is absolutely dominating this, pushing ahead 4-1. He's looking a lot more like that number 13 seed right now. Absolute chaos in that exchange, but he barely survives with a sliver of health to make it 5. He's looking like a much more composed competitor than he was against Havoc. He's just untouchable right now, picking up another effortless win to keep this roll going. A very clean exchange here as Mist finally puts a stop to that run. Despite the lead, he's really struggling to find his footing today. Aster leads the all-time head-to-head by over 100 rounds. It's clear he's starting to reimpose that dominance. The real question is if Mist can find some answers before the gap becomes insurmountable. He's simply too sharp right now, putting up a massive lead before the change of ends. Looking like a man on a mission after a rough set of matches. Esther goes into the break with a huge 10-2 advantage. I mean, Mist was supposed to hold the edge here, but he's getting completely outplayed. Esther is just outclassing him in every trade so far. Time to see if Mist can adjust. It's just a complete shutout at this point. Esther is putting on a display of raw speed that is simply too much for Mist. A huge contrast to the close game they just shared. A brutal fight that ends with Esther securing a massive lead and moving to match point. His current form is an absolute nightmare for Mist to deal with. A sharp reaction from Mist to keep himself in this, though it's a tough spot to be in. Still, a steep climb for the underdog after those early deficits. He's found another way to postpone the inevitable, keeping this fight alive for now. He's definitely showing some grit to slow the pace down. And there it is. He closes it out with a hard-fought battle to secure the series. He's finally broken that losing streak in style. He looked completely comfortable taking this one home. What an opening. Both players were shredded in that exchange, but Havoc manages to walk away with the round. Havoc really controls the history of this rivalry, winning 68% of their head-to-head encounters. It's a heavy weight for Mist to carry when his recent form has dipped below 50%. We'll see if he can find a way to flip the script here. Havoc is absolutely dominating with a commanding 3-1 lead. These two are trading blows back and forth, making it a very tight contest so far. Unbelievable. Both players were nearly depleted, but Havoc barely clutched it out. He's truly playing like a top 5 seed right now. Havoc is just ruthless, pushing to a 5-2 advantage. The skill gap is showing as the favorite takes control. A complete shutdown by Mist, showing some real grit as he closes the gap. The underdog is fighting back and refusing to go away. Havoc is currently sitting in our top 5 for a reason. That rating gap is really showing as he continues to push a lead that feels entirely sustainable. It will take something drastic from Mist to stop this momentum. Havoc stays in a strong position at 7-4. He's fighting a tough battle after that crushing red line loss earlier. Havoc goes into the break with a solid 8-4 lead. I mean, the favorite is simply doing exactly what we predicted he would do. He's leaning on that high ranking to keep the pressure on throughout this opening half. Time for a reset. Havoc is nearly home, sitting comfortably at 9-4. The gap in their individual ratings is showing tonight. Havoc just keeps rolling, now leading 10-4. It's a repeat of that crushing red line loss from earlier today. A complete shutoff. He closes the gap to just 2 rounds remaining. He puts a perfect shot on target, putting himself just 1 step away from victory. What a finish! He closes it out with total precision to secure the victory. He just completely dismantled his opponent out there, barely giving the other guy a chance to breathe. Havoc carries a heavy advantage in their head-to-head history. But the numbers aren't showing up in this opening exchange. Esther looks ready to flip the script on a player who has typically controlled this rivalry. Esther is surging ahead with a tight 2-1 lead. He's certainly bringing that high rank into the server today. Havoc needs to find an answer quickly or he's going to find himself in a deep hole. He's certainly making a case for the underdog here. Aster is just dominating this, sitting comfortably at 4-1. He's really trying to shake off that last set they played. He's just not letting up, picking up another fast win to move to 5-1. A total reversal of their most recent meeting. A quick response here to get another point on the board for Havoc. He's showing some of that top 10 form now. Absolutely untouchable. He's staying composed and steadily chipping away at the deficit. He's starting to look like the favorite we expected. Esther has kept a very strong pace today, putting up a 23-12 record in the last 24 hours. Well, that high volume of games seems to be paying off in his confidence during these duels. He is clearly determined to prove he can outpace a higher rated opponent. He just doesn't let up, securing a third straight point to really widen the gap. It's getting harder for the higher seeded player to keep up. Esther takes a commanding 8-4 lead into the break. You know, Havoc is usually the one in control here, but Esther is completely ignoring the historical trend today. He's making his 66% map win rate look very real. Let's see if Havoc can rally. Aster stays in the driver's seat at 8-5. The 5th ranked player is finally starting to assert himself. That's another clean take for the trailing player who is refusing to fade away. He's really putting a clamp on the momentum right now. What a turnaround. He's completely shifted the energy of this match with 3 straight points. Unbelievable. He's completely erased that lead to even the score at 8-8. The momentum has completely shifted back to the favorite. What a scramble! Aster manages to claw his way through that exchange to regain a 1-point lead. That was a nail-biter. He barely walked away with his life. Aster holds a 2-round cushion as we enter round 18. He's really challenging that 5-seed ranking right now. He just wasn't going to let that lead slip, ending the duel without taking any damage. Aster is putting an immense amount of pressure on Havoc right now. Just 2 more and he secures the win. A perfectly timed shot leaves him in control once again, putting the match point on the line. A brutal trade of fire where he barely survives the exchange to keep his hopes alive. He's simply not going away, extending his current run and forcing Esther to earn that final victory. He's simply unstoppable right now, evening everything up to force a tiebreaker. Everything has shifted. We're headed straight into an overtime thriller. He's just on another level right now, picking up a 4th straight round to take a narrow lead in this overtime battle. What a read! Aster finds the target on the wine and levels the score at 13-13. Just a split second of hesitation and Aster is right back in the driver's seat. What a response! He's refusing to break, leveling the playing field yet again. The favorite is refusing to stay down in this marathon. He takes this one, and now we are at 15-14 with the pressure mounting on the other side. What a way to finish! He closes out the series with a perfect shot from the wine to seal the victory. Pure grit to bring that home after everything that happened. He really had to fight for every single inch on this map. What a fight! Aster has a massive historical advantage with a 67% career win rate against Mist. Well, he's clearly the superior player in their head-to-head history, so he'll be looking to shake off that slow start. It'll be interesting to see if he can actually close the door on this one. Aster is starting to build some serious momentum here, cleaning up that fight from the ramp. He is really looking strong after that 13-4 win in their last match. Mist really capitalized on the gap there, catching Aster while he was still perched up on the ramp. Aster holds a tight lead heading into round 5. He's definitely showing that rank 13 form right now. Aster is cruising with a healthy 2-round cushion. It's a rough stretch for Mist, who has struggled throughout his last few games. A complete shutdown as he secures his 3rd straight win. He's definitely playing his part as the pre-match favorite. Absolute control now, walking away from that exchange without taking a single point of damage. Mist has been struggling in a few recent series. Mist finds his mark from the box to get this one back. He needed to dig deep to stop that slide. Aster is playing as if he's in a different league, which is fitting given the 136-point gap between them in our ratings. It's clear that this difference in quality is translating directly into confidence on the server. Now the pressure is really on Mist to find an answer. Aster takes a solid 8-4 lead into the break. I mean, he was supposed to be the underdog here, but he's completely disregarding that narrative. He looks far too comfortable to be the underdog right now. Time for the side swap. Aster is dominating, pushing his lead to 9-4. His overall form is just way more consistent than we've seen from Mist today. Mist holds the line to narrow it down to 5-9. He's a huge fan of this map though. Mist is putting on a serious surge here, chipping away at that lead one round at a time. Mist is really starting to claw back into this match. Aster stays firmly in control at 10-6. That was a quick exchange to reclaim the lead. Aster just keeps the pressure on, holding that high ground on the ramp to keep his lead comfortably out of reach. He's been absolutely dominant across their last two meetings today. He shuts down that rally from the Tetris, and now Aster is just one step from victory. Simply too aggressive for anyone to deal with right now. A quick outplay here to keep the dream alive, though the pressure is mounting. A critical moment for the lower-seeded player to find some confidence. What a finish! Aster shuts the door completely to claim the victory. He really proved today why he's so dangerous on the arena. Just a clean, efficient performance from start to finish. Mist comes out firing, catching Havoc right as he pushed up the ramp. Havoc owns the head-to-head matchup with a 68% success rate over their history. It's strange to see him struggling this early, given how consistently he's beaten Mist in the past. He'll need to find a way to stop this cold start. We're all squared up now as they reset. He's looking very comfortable for a top 5 ranked player. A fierce exchange there, but Havoc comes out on top to complete a quick turnaround. Coming off a strong 5-game win streak in his last 10 matches, Mist responds immediately with a perfect shot to keep things level. A big chance for an upset given his recent run of losses. Mist takes a narrow lead heading into round 8. Back to a deadlock with both players tied at 4. He really seems to be having his way with the lower rated side today. These matches are ending so quickly, it's practically a coin flip to see who reacts first. He really had the upper hand during their last encounter. Havoc was just too quick for him coming off the ramp, keeping this set perfectly balanced. He's been the more dominant force in their previous clashes. Havoc is really starting to separate himself, quickly picking off Mist as he stepped up the ramp. Havoc takes a 7-5 lead going into the break. Well, everything is playing out exactly as we expected. He's showing why he's ranked so much higher than Mist right now. Side swap, time to get moving. Havoc is putting together a truly impressive day with a 5-1 record over the last 24 hours. It's no surprise he's moving closer to the finish line with such high confidence. Mist really needs a way to break this momentum. What a scramble! He barely survives that exchange from the box with a tiny sliver of health. A nerve-wracking finish that puts him in a very strong position. Havoc is cruising now, holding a commanding 10-6 lead. He's simply not letting up, extending the lead with another fast kill. This is starting to look like a repeat of their last meeting. He shuts things down after a tense dance, bringing the set to the final edge. He's showing exactly why he entered this series as the heavy favorite. Absolutely incredible, Havoc secures the final point to close out the map in style. Just another day at the office for the top seed who looked absolutely untouchable once he found his rhythm. Havoc really shows his experience here, utilizing the planks to get that first lead. Aster shuts him down on that ramp, and now we're back to a dead even split. Aster is certainly looking to narrow that head-to-head gap today. Havoc leads the head-to-head series with a 65% win rate over Aster. It's clear he's carrying that psychological edge into this set. He's currently acting like the favorite the rating suggested he would be. Havoc secures that height advantage from the wine box to pull ahead once more. He's looking sharp after coming off a 6 one day. Havoc is really starting to snowball here, catching Aster right as he stepped up onto that ramp. He's definitely playing like a top 10 guy right now. Aster just found an opening to cut right through him on that ramp, bringing this set right back to a tie. Havoc is just too quick to find those angles, using the wine box to put some serious distance between himself and Aster. Aster enters this game with a solid 67% win rate on this specific map. It's interesting because that huge historical advantage hasn't translated into any real traction today. We're seeing him struggle to put together any kind of momentum. Havoc just tightened his grip on this lead, utilizing the window to outplay him. His status as a top 5 player on the ladder is showing. Havoc goes into the break with a 7-5 lead. I mean, everything about this start aligns with those pre-match predictions. He has a strong hold on this series right now. Let's see if Aster finds his rhythm. Havoc keeps rolling, now leading by a comfortable 3. It's a very similar story to the one we saw on Italy P. Aster manages to pick him off the toolbox, showing some real grit here to close the gap. He's certainly found a way to punish those high ground positions. Havoc is still in the driver's seat at 9-6. He is really putting that top 5 ranking on display right now. Havoc is looming large with a 10-6 cushion. A very familiar result compared to their clash on Italy P. That was a lightning-fast exchange. Aster is really trying to force his way back into the conversation here. Havoc just really capitalized on that platform position to push the lead even further. The pressure is clearly getting to the underdog here. That puts the pressure firmly back on Aster, as he's now just 1 round away from defeat. He's mirroring the absolute dominance we saw against Zephyr today. Aster holds his nerve to punish him from the wall, keeping the dream alive. He needed that break to keep the momentum shifting his way. Another flawless exchange for Aster, showing he's still very much in this fight. It's a tough spot for the favorite to be in right now. Absolute perfection from Havoc to shut the door right here and take the victory. It just didn't matter that he usually dominates this map. Havoc has got his number today, and it shows. Mist jumps right out of the gate with a quick response, catching Esther on the ramp. Esther historically wins about 68% of their meetings. It's a massive head-to-head advantage for the favorite, but we're seeing the exact opposite in the early stages of this match. The big question now is if Mist can keep this momentum rolling. Mist is dominating this set with a commanding 3-1 lead. A complete turnaround from their previous 13-7 encounter. Mist is making this look way too easy. He's just simply outreacting Esther right now. That was a gritty exchange, but Esther digs deep to claw back another one. He definitely has the skill to flatten this server. Mist is just relentlessly cruising at 5-2 right now. He's really putting that lower ladder standing to the test. Mist is playing with a lot of confidence right now despite sitting at number 29 on the ladder. So yeah, he's clearly ignoring the rankings gap today. It will be interesting to see if Esther can actually find some stability before this slips completely away. Mist just clears him right off that ramp to keep the lead extending. He's really shaking off those losses from earlier today. Mist is just running wild, leading 7-4. He needs to dig in and remember how to close this out. Mist takes a 7-5 lead into the break, and honestly, this is exactly what we expected to see from him. He's proving to be a very tough opponent for Esther today. Time to see if Esther responds. Mist is just refusing to let up, leading 8-5. He's certainly looking for redemption after that earlier loss to Esther. Wow, what a fight! Esther barely hangs on to secure this one after an absolute slugfest. He's fighting through the danger zone, surviving once again with a sliver of health. That was effortless. He's really starting to close the gap. The tide is definitely shifting back toward the favorite. Mist holds onto a narrow 2-round cushion. He's really fighting through a tough stretch today. A flawless peak from Esther, keeping the pressure high as he continues this push back into the series. Absolute perfection from Esther, who now has everything equalized at 9-all. The momentum has completely swung in this series. Esther completely takes over from the ramp, hammering home another win to seize the lead. It's a sudden collapse for the underdog. Esther is on fire right now, securing another victory from the ramp to keep this streak alive. It's looking more and more like a return to form. He just can't stop this run, and now he's sitting on match point. An absolute shutdown of the server right here. Unbelievable. Esther closes out the server with an incredible 6-round surge to secure the victory. Mist really had him on the ropes for a while, but that final stretch was just too much to overcome. Havoc has been the deciding factor in their rivalry, controlling the head-to-head with over 500 total round wins. It's no surprise he's coming in with that confidence after winning 7 of his last 10. Now it's on Mist, to prove he can actually disrupt that momentum. Havoc holds a narrow 2-1 lead as they reset. He is truly playing at a top 10 level today. Mist needs to find a way to flip the script soon, or he'll be looking at a very quick defeat. The top 5 talent is really starting to shine through. Havoc takes the lead, pushing it to 3-2. This particular duel is a bit of a grind for him right now. Havoc is pulling away now, leading things 4-2. He's certainly playing like the favorite today. The pace is lightning fast right now. These guys are just trading quick kills. The rank 5 seed is looking a bit shaky now. Havoc secures the high ground and takes a clean win from the box. He's looked a lot sharper than his opponent in the last few outings. Havoc is just too quick for him, easily picking him off that elevated spot. His current form is night and day compared to the other side. That was an absolute slugfest, but Mist clawed his way out on top to close the gap. That was a tight exchange, but he managed to scrape through. Havoc was just too precise, picking Mist right off that box for another round. The higher rated player is continuing to dictate the flow here. Havoc heads into the break with an 8-4 lead. I mean, the gap in skill is evident. He's looking strong coming off that 7-game win streak, and Mist is just struggling to keep up. Let's see if Mist wakes up. Havoc has been practically unstoppable today with a 7-1 record over the last 24 hours. It's really showing in how comfortably he's handling the pressure in these opening rounds. Now we have to see if Mist can find any way to slow this momentum down. Havoc is firmly in the driver's seat at 9-6. He's finally putting on some pressure. He is absolutely on fire now, sweeping 3 straight to keep this rally alive. He's quickly shutting things back down, extending that lead to 10-7. Mist is really fighting an uphill battle here. He just can't seem to keep the momentum for long. A huge stand there, and now he is just 1 step away from closing this out. A fast and efficient sequence to put the pressure back on. Unreal. He closes the series with a perfect final strike to take it all. He's really showing that top 5 class on the dunes today, just outclassing him from start to finish. Esther has an impressive 72% win rate on this particular map, and while Havoc enters as the favorite, that historical edge is definitely playing a role early on. It will be interesting to see if he can maintain this pressure. The momentum is completely shifted as Aster secures another one to open up a huge lead. He answers back with a gritty performance, digging in to put a halt to that early surge. It's a bit of a surprise to see him this far behind early on. Aster is just cruising along with a 4-1 lead. It's a tough start for the higher rated player today. Havoc shows some real grit here, cutting into the lead with a lightning fast reaction. Havoc generally dominates this rivalry, winning 66% of their matches over the long term. Seeing him this far behind is quite unusual. We have to wonder if he's finally shaking off a cold start, or if the tide has truly turned. Aster continues to tear through him, moving well ahead with a 7-2 lead. He's just completely shutting him out right now, extending the lead to 8-2. What a scramble. He survives a fierce exchange to keep this run going. A complete reversal from how things went in their previous meeting. Aster takes a commanding 10-2 lead into the break, and honestly, it's a total shock given Havoc's higher ranking. Aster is simply outplaying him in every single duel right now. Havoc needs to wake up fast. He's just putting on a clinic right now, moving closer to an incredibly quick finish. Havoc looks completely lost in this series right now. A perfect shot to put his opponent back in his place and bring him to match point. The gap in form today is simply staggering. A sharp reaction from Havoc keeps the series alive for a moment. That's a desperate spot for the favorite to be in. What a final exchange! Aster closes it out and secures the victory. He really put his rankings aside and just owned this map today. A wild way to flip the script. Esther holds a massive lead in their career matchups with 215 wins over Mist. It's quite a shock to see the favorites start on the back foot after giving up that first round. We'll see if Esther can shake off the early pressure. Mist is really surging ahead with a 2-1 lead. He's currently sitting 12th in the ladder rankings. Esther had the ideal angle on the ramp, and now he's got a nice cushion of momentum. Looking at a total deadlock now. Mist keeps the pressure on, leading by a single round. A huge mental shift for him after those recent losses. Mist is just dominating right now, stretching it to 4-2. A surprising reversal from his usual struggles today. Aster reacts quickly to clear him off the ramp and brings this series right back to a nail-biter. He's definitely showing that top quartile quality right now. Mist is really defying the odds here, since he's only won 47% of his matches all time. He's currently outplaying someone who normally holds a massive advantage over him in both the rankings and the historical sense. Let's see if he can actually close this out. Aster refuses to fade away, chipping back into the lead. The momentum is shifting a bit as we head toward the break. A tough fight that ended in his favor, keeping the pressure high before the break. Things are getting tight as we approach the midway mark. We've got a 6-all tie at the break. Honestly, this is exactly how the first half was projected to play out. We can expect a very close fight moving into the second half. Fresh start for both guys here. Aster finds his footing and knocks him off the ramp, continuing this impressive recovery. The gap is closing fast as the second half gets underway. Mist completely disrupts the rhythm here, cleaning up that angle and putting a huge dent in his opponent's momentum. What an unbelievable scrap! He barely scrapes through that exchange to knock Aster off the ramp. Talk about a nerve-wracking finish to that exchange. He's on fire now, just absolutely dismantling Aster for a third straight. Aster pulls off a great read to outplay Mist from the ramp and keep his comeback hopes alive. This is the kind of composure he's known for. Mist is pulling away now with a 2-round cushion. The higher rated player is really feeling the pressure now. Aster just shows incredible grit, knocking him off the ramp to keep the dream alive. He's making it very difficult for Mist to put this game away. He's really making a statement today, putting himself in a great position to take a huge victory. Aster is refusing to crack, putting an end to that run with a completely clean sequence. He's really fighting to get this series level. Mist snaps back into control right when it mattered, putting himself just 1 round away from victory. Unreal! Mist shuts the door on the series with a perfect final sequence. He really dug deep to secure a win he's been chasing for a long time. Aster just couldn't find an answer. What a series! Emotion Mid Havoc holds a commanding 68% win rate in their long-term history against Mist. It's easy to see why the odds lean so heavily in his favor today. We'll see if Mist can flip the script and find a way back into this Emotion Mid. He's just too fast right now. 3 straight for the favorite. A really strong display from the number 5 seed. Pure dominance now. He's just completely taking over this early stage of the game. Simply untouchable. He's just refusing to let his opponent get a single shot off. The gap in the ratings is showing right now. Absolutely ruthless. He's just continuing this steer through the early game. We're seeing a complete mirror of their last meeting. Unbelievable. He's just completely dismantled Mist in a one-sided rout. What a fight! He barely walks away from that one, but the streak hits 8. The top 5 ranking is making a huge difference here. He's just not letting up. That makes 9 straight for the frontrunner. Finally, a round for Mist. He manages to halt that onslaught with a clean exchange. Coming off a strong showing against Esther just moments ago, Havoc has a strong 8-2 record in the last day. That level of consistency is exactly why he looks so composed as he closes in on the finish. We just need to see if Mist can mount any kind of response here. It is 11-1 going into the break. Everything about this half lines up with the pre-match projections. Havoc looked purely in control during that 9-round run to start the map. A quick piece of work there, and now he's just 1 round away from closing this out. Exactly the sort of result we've seen every time these two meet. He actually managed to scrap his way through that exchange to keep the game alive. A momentary lapse in focus from the favorite. And there it is, a quick, clean finish to wrap things up and secure the victory. Mist just didn't have any answers today. He looked completely outclassed throughout the entire set. Havoc has a very strong handle on this rivalry, winning 65% of their total encounters. It's interesting to see if Esther can use that recent blowout victory to shake the confidence of the higher rated player. We'll see if that momentum shifts early. Esther is suddenly in control with a 2-1 lead. The top 5 rank is definitely feeling the pressure right now. Both players are reacting incredibly quickly. We've got a total deadlock on our hands early on. Aster is really taking advantage of those high lines to keep his lead. Havoc usually holds a tighter grip on these series. Aster is just dominating here, pulling ahead 4-2. Aster is really making the most of his confidence today. Havoc claws back to 4-3, keeping this very close. That's a much more comfortable pace for the higher rated player. Esther's 62% win rate on this layout is proving to be a huge advantage right now, and honestly, it's starting to outweigh the raw skill gap we see on the ladder. It will be interesting to see if he can push this lead even further. He's refusing to go away quietly, quickly narrowing this gap to 2. Looking for that early dominance he's known for in this series. He's not backing down, securing another easy point as we head into the half. He's completely reset the pace just in time for the break. We're all square at 6-6. Well, the underdog is holding his own way better than anyone predicted. Aster is refusing to let the ranking difference scare him off as we switch sides. Time to see who blinks first. He's showing some real grit here, picking up a crucial point from the ramp to take a narrow lead. His status as the heavy favorite is starting to look very real. What a scramble! Aster barely scraps through that fight to even the series at 7-7. He's really shaking things up despite the ladder gap. He's showing real persistence, grabbing another one to put the pressure back on his opponent. Havoc shuts him down on the ramp, continuing this strong surge toward the finish line. The skill level on display here is just on another level. Havoc edges forward, taking a slim 9-8 lead. That was a much cleaner finish to get the board moving again. Esther is just too sharp from the ramp, effectively erasing any lead Havoc managed to build. A complete reset of the board for both of them. Esther keeps the pedal down, securing his 3rd straight point to reclaim the overall lead. The top 5 seed is suddenly looking very vulnerable. Another effortless win for Esther, and that's 4 straight for the momentum swing. He's playing like the top 5 seed just isn't enough today. A total shutdown there, and it's clear he's not letting this lead slip away. A crucial stand from the favorite to keep this contest alive. Havoc is showing incredible resolve, evening the series back up at 11-11. Both sides are completely deadlocked as we move toward the finish. A perfectly timed shot puts him on the verge of victory. This is an incredibly tough spot for the favorite to be in. Incredible, he picks him off the ramp to close out the series. Just a stunning result for the underdog, completely flipping the script on their usual head-to-head history. He really played out of his mind today. What a fight! Aster typically holds a huge advantage in their head-to-head history, but Mist has actually won 4 of their last 5 meetings. It'll be interesting to see if the veterans' historical dominance finally kicks in or if the momentum stays with the underdog. Aster gets the better of him from the ramp, keeping this game very close early on. Expectations are shifting back toward the higher rated side. Aster's really starting to put on the pressure now, pulling ahead after that clean sequence from the ramp. It's a stark contrast to the 13-22 day he's having so far. Mist is just one step ahead at 3-2. A solid response from the 29th ranked player. Aster fights back to tie things up at 3-3. That top quartile skill is really showing through now. Aster is really starting to accelerate, putting out some incredible reaction times as he takes control of this set. Deadlock at 4 apiece as we head into round 9. Hard to believe how consistent the underdog has been lately. Aster claims the lead, pushing it to 5-4. He's showing why he's sitting so much higher on the ladder. It's a complete toss-up right now, as neither player can manage to string 2 rounds together. Aster is barely holding on to a thin 1-round lead. He's playing like the clear favorite right now. We're all square at 6-6. Mist is playing his part perfectly here. Even with Aster's superior map record, the lower ranked player is refusing to give an inch. Fresh start for both players. Aster edges ahead, clinging to a narrow 7-6 lead. He's looking a bit more like the favorite now. Aster is really asserting his authority now, and he's showing exactly why he holds that 67% lifetime win rate against Mist. The momentum is shifting heavily in his direction. It'll be tough for the underdog to recover from a deficit like this. Aster is simply too quick for him, using that height advantage on the ramp to widen the gap. The gap in their overall win rates is starting to show. Aster holds a slim advantage at 9-8. It's a huge shift from that 13-11 win he had over Havoc earlier. Aster holds a 2-round cushion at 10-8. Just a quick flash of brilliance from the higher rated side. Mist is really starting to feel the pressure now. He's just not finding the answers for Aster's pace. He's certainly playing to that 12-spot ranking right now. Mist stays incredibly composed here, weathering the initial exchange to shut this round down. A critical stand as the underdog claws back into the game. Aster quickly recovers his form to push the lead back up to 12-9. A lightning fast trade that puts him in total control. Unbelievable, Aster just wipes the floor with him to close it all out. A great way to bounce back after that loss earlier today. He just looked too sharp across the board. A quick start for the underdog, using that ramp elevation to secure the opening lead. Havoc holds a massive lead in the head-to-head history with over 550 wins. He's the one who dominated their last encounter by a huge margin. It'll be interesting to see if he can lean on that confidence to claw back into this map. Mist finds another one, quickly shutting down that ramp angle to push the lead further. The ranking advantage hasn't translated into a single round for him yet. Havoc gets the timing right on this exchange to break the momentum. The skill gap on the ladder is starting to show here. That's a clean pair of rounds for Havoc, and he looks steady as he claws back into this. It's a tight spot for the higher seed to be in. Mist is making a lot of noise right now, picking him right off that ramp to extend his lead. He's really struggling to find any consistency today. Mist just can't let him breathe, completely shutting down Havoc from the wine box. Things are looking completely different than that recent Italy clash. Havoc takes control from the wine box, putting a quick end to Mist's recent surge. He's definitely playing a bit more comfortably now. Havoc simply refuses to fold, picking him right off that ramp to keep the pressure on. He's completely unstoppable, popping Mist right off that toolbox to keep the rally going. Mist leads it 7-5 heading into the break. I mean, the top-seeded player is definitely feeling the pressure right now. He's not playing anywhere near his usual level against this opponent. Time to see who blinks first. He takes total control from the planks, showing some real grit to narrow this gap. He's starting to look like the favorite we expected. Havoc has looked far superior recently with a 9-3 record in the last day. It's surprising to see Mist holding the upper hand right now, given how dominant the favorite has been overall. He's showing incredible resolve, digging deep to keep this match within reach. The momentum is shifting back toward the superior seed. Mist really likes that window angle today. It's giving him a great vantage point to keep the lead. Neither of them have played a particularly dominant game today. A perfect reaction from him to keep the fight alive. He's definitely fighting his way back into the server. Mist is just not letting up today, catching him right off that ramp to extend his cushion. He secures another point from the ramp, refusing to let his opponent pull away. A very disciplined display from the higher ranked side right now. A high-speed clash there. Mist won that battle of the ramps to put himself just 2 points away from the win. This is putting him in a tough spot after that 13-2 blowout previously. A flawless piece of aim there, putting him just a single round away from victory. The gap in their ladder placement is really showing through now. Unbelievable. He shuts the door with a lightning fast snap to secure the victory. He finally managed to break that streak of losses against this opponent. Just an incredible way to shake things up today. Aster is looking very strong early on, and it is worth noting he holds a 65% win rate here. That gives him a clear confidence boost, since we know Havoc usually has a historical advantage in these head-to-heads. It will be interesting to see if the favorite can pivot and find a way back. Aster's really steaming ahead with a commanding 2-1 lead. That's a tough start for the top 5 seed. These encounters are ending so quickly. Aster is just simply outreacting him right now. He is simply too fast, taking full control of the early game. Havoc stays composed and lands a clean shot to close the gap. It's a good look for a player currently trailing in the series. Both of them were trading heavy damage, but he managed to survive the exchange to secure another win. Unreal, he's completely erased that deficit and has now leveled the playing field. The pressure is definitely on the underdogs right now. Absolute precision from Havoc, who is now simply outclassing his opponent to seize the lead. He's just not letting up, storming back into this series with a 5th straight round. Aster answers back with a quick kill to keep things close before the break. He's certainly playing his way back into the mix. We've got a dead heat at 6-6, and honestly, Aster is proving he can go toe-to-toe with the higher seed. Both players have traded huge momentum swings, but the underdog is definitely shaking the favorite's confidence right now. Let's see who blinks first. Aster edges ahead again, taking a narrow lead to 7-6. The higher rated player is starting to feel the pressure here. Aster has a really strong 22-13 record in the last 24 hours. You can see that high volume of play is paying off for him right now. It's creating a stark contrast to Havoc, who looks completely adrift despite his higher seed. If Aster keeps this pace, he might just wrap this up quickly. Aster is firmly in the driver's seat at 9-7. He's staying gritty in this battle, shutting down the momentum to bring the score within 1. He finds a perfect shot to clear the box and pull the score level. The veteran is really starting to assert his dominance. Aster uses that height advantage to his benefit, keeping his lead intact. He stays incredibly steady, securing the equalizer to tie things up at 10-all. The higher rank is finally finding a way to steady himself. The momentum is shifting back and forth, but Aster is showing a lot of fight to keep his nose ahead. Havoc is showing real grit, shutting down the momentum to lock this series at 11-all. A total toss-up heading into these final rounds. What a response from the favorite, who now sits just 1 round away from victory. Absolute perfection in the final clash. Havoc closes out the series with a flawless finish to secure the win. He really stepped up and survived the onslaught. Aster pushed him to the limit, but the veteran experience proved just enough. He had to work for that. Aster holds a significant overall lead in their history, taking 68% of their total matches together. That dominance seems to be carrying over. Since he already has the psychological edge and the higher seed, it'll be interesting to see if Mist can find an answer. Absolutely effortless. He's just outclassing his opponent right now. He's playing a lot like the higher seeded player right now. He just puts a stop to that run and gets himself back in the game. The underdog is fighting back for a chance to close the gap. He's really digging in now, putting some pressure back on the lead. A real quick response to get those momentum swings shifting. Aster's firmly in control with a 4-2 cushion. The raw talent difference is showing between these two. Aster's recent form is looking strong with a 21-14 record today. That's really contrasting with Mist, who has been struggling with a losing trend lately. He just needs to maintain this pressure if he wants to end this quickly. Aster's comfortably ahead 6-3 right now. He's continuing a heavy win streak over the last 300 meetings. The rounds are flying by now, and Aster is just too quick on the draw. The class difference is showing with a higher rated man. He's completely shut down that comeback effort and is now firmly back on top. The gap between the two on the ladder is looking quite wide. Aster takes a huge 9-3 lead into the break. I mean, he's completely defying the oddsmakers right now. He's just too strong on orange, which makes sense given his 73% win rate here. Time for a total reset. Aster is practically out of reach at 10-3. Just a complete mismatch in terms of their current form. It's just a landslide at this point. Aster is putting on a clinic. He is clearly the more consistent force in this pairing. Mist is refusing to just let this one slide, keeping the fight alive. Mist is really trying to flip the script on this match. Pure precision there, and now Aster is just one round away from victory. A tough run of things for Mist today. That is a perfect finale. Aster seals the deal and shuts the door right now. Mist really tried to find a way back, but his opponent was just in a different league today. Havoc holds a massive historical edge in their head-to-head encounters, winning roughly 68% of their meetings. It's a stark contrast to the recent game Mist took from him, but the overall statistics favor Havoc heavily here. We'll see if that dominance continues. Absolute control right now is just completely shifted the energy in his favor. That's a statement from Mist, proving he's not going to just fade away from this match. Still a mountain to climb for the underdog here. He's finding his confidence now, closing the gap to just one round. A shaky start for the man who walked in as the favorite. Havoc still has a 2-round cushion for now. His experience is showing through, sitting in that top 10 spot on the ladder. Havoc has definitely hit his stride today, taking a 10-4 run through his last few matches. It's a sharp contrast to the struggle Mist is having with his own recent record. It's becoming a bit of a landslide. Havoc is completely taking over, now securing another round with a lightning fast shot. A sharp response from Mist, cutting the lead back to 4. He's fighting through a tough run after that loss to Aster. Havoc's just cruising with an 8-3 lead. The gap in their overall experience is really starting to show. Havoc heads into the break with a comfortable 9-3 lead. He's simply playing at the level we expected from the top seed. He just looks too strong for Mist right now. Time for a quick reset. Havoc is practically untouchable, sitting pretty at 10-3. He's really making that top 5 ranking count today. Havoc just keeps piling on a 10-4 lead. A huge effort from the man sitting at 29th on the ladder. Mist is putting on a real display of persistence here, refusing to let Havoc close the door. He's really heating up now, securing another victory to keep this surge going. The momentum shifts right back, and that was a completely effortless exchange. He shuts down that mini run instantly and moves into a position to end the game right now. And that's it. He seals the victory with a final emphatic burst to close things out. Just a flawless performance from the top seed, getting his revenge immediately after that loss on Fast Aim. Havoc leads the head-to-head record 47-26, which makes him a strong statistical favorite for the overall match. Though Aster has clearly got the upper hand in their most recent encounter here today. It will be interesting to see if that momentum holds. Havoc holds the edge now, leading 2-1 overall. The higher-ranked player is asserting himself early. That was lightning fast. Aster is refusing to let the other guy pull ahead. It's an absolute toss-up right now. Aster just clawed back a lead, sitting at 3-2. He's putting his recent 13-4 victory over Mist to good use. A total shutout. He's really taking control of this set. The gap on the ladder isn't seeming to matter right now. He's simply on another level right now, extending that streak to 4. He is simply refusing to stop putting up a 5-round string of victories. Havoc finally answers back, putting a halt to that runaway lead. A nice reminder of who the higher rated player is here. Aster has maintained a high win rate, over 200 games here, and that's starting to translate into a massive advantage for him today. He's playing with a lot of confidence right now, and it's putting Havoc on the defensive. Aster takes a 7-5 lead into the break. The underdog is definitely playing like he belongs here. Despite the ranking gap, he's pushing the pace and making this a very competitive set. Let's see if Havoc finds his flow. He's showing a lot of grit here, keeping the pressure on and refusing to fold. He's really starting to settle into the match now. The battle is completely leveled now as he secures a second straight round to tie it up. Both players are essentially starting fresh here. Aster manages to edge ahead, clinging to that 8-7 lead. The momentum shift is real as Aster takes control from the 5 seed. Aster keeps his cool to stretch it to 9-7. His current run contrasts sharply with that earlier loss on Dunes. Unreal, he just barely survives that exchange to keep the momentum rolling. He's really finding a way to challenge that top 5 ranking. Aster is absolutely untouchable right now, shutting the door on any hope of a comeback. Another flawless fight for Aster, putting him a single victory away from the finish line. What a finish! Aster takes the final round and closes out the game in style. He completely flipped the script on their historical rivalry with that performance. A huge statement victory here. Mist uses that elevation on the ramp to secure the opening lead here. Aster holds a massive lead in their head-to-head history with over 200 wins against Mist. It's clear that the historical edge is currently ignoring the actual scoreline. We have to wonder if Aster is just shaking off some early nerves. Aster answers back immediately, knocking the opponent right off that ramp. Still, the heavy favorite in this matchup, despite the early deficit. Aster is showing great resolve, pulling that target down from the ramp for another round win. He's definitely proving why he was tipped to take this one. Mist is really finding the rhythm with a 4-2 cushion. He's putting on a real challenge to the higher rated opponent. Aster earns a perfectly clean victory here, clearing the ramp and closing the gap. That was a lightning fast reset to keep things tight. A total erasure of the lead as he levels the playing field at 4 apiece. He's completely taking over this game now, seizing total control of the match. He's simply too strong right now, peeking from the ramp to make it 4 straight. Absolute efficiency from Aster, who keeps this run alive to head into the break with a healthy lead. It's a 7-5 lead for Aster heading into the break. Well, he's definitely playing to his higher rank right now. We expected some resistance from Mist, but the underdog is really holding his ground here. Let's see if Mist can shake it off. What a way to start the half. That was just pure speed to narrow the gap. He's proving that the rating gap doesn't tell the whole story. Absolute precision there, as he brings things right back to a dead heat. Aster pulls off another clean sideline to clear him off the ramp. Expectations are starting to align with that ladder gap. A longer exchange this time, but the favor still falls to Aster to extend his current run. He looks completely comfortable with this lead. He's absolutely on fire, continuing this surge to build a commanding 3-round cushion. Mist refuses to back down and manages to cut into that gap. He needs a few more critical wins to fully flip the script. Aster is showing a lot of grit, catching Mist right off the ramp to hold on to his lead. A huge level of stability shown from the top seed here. Unbelievable! He nearly went down, but claws back a win with a sliver of health left. A tight scramble there, but he manages to hold the line. He stays poised from the window to seize match point. Everything is going exactly according to the pre-match script. He keeps the fight alive with another flawless exchange from the ramp. That's a huge swing in momentum for the underdog. He closes it out. Aster finishes the job to take the victory. Mist really pushed him to the limit today, showing some incredible flashes of skill to keep this that close. What a fight! Havoc has historically controlled this rivalry by winning 68% of their encounters. It's quite interesting to see Mr. take the lead despite that history. The question now is if he can maintain this early edge against a far higher rated opponent. Mist is really putting the pressure on with a 2-1 lead. Coming into this with a tough 3-game losing streak. Mist is simply too quick for him right now. Those exchanges are ending almost instantly.
Good lord, what a fight!
He barely walks away from that carnage with a tiny bit of health left. That's a tough way to open the day after his last few results. Havoc really stepped up and took control from the ramp to even things up. Unbelievable! Mist barely scrapes through that fight, managing to drag himself away after clearing the ramp. We are completely deadlocked at 4-all. He's definitely the more experienced hand of the pair. Absolute chaos in that exchange, but he manages to outlast him and push the lead to 5-4. He is really making the most of this chance today. Mist is coming in with a tough 12-24 record today, and honestly this confidence boost is exactly what he needs to reverse that trend. He's finally starting to outplay the higher rated opponent here. Havoc finds his mark from the boxes, keeping the gap narrow as we head toward the half. The number 5 seed is showing that individual skill set. We're all square at 6-6, and frankly, this is a shocking start given how much Havoc was expected to win. I mean, Mist is fighting tooth and nail to pull off a huge upset here. Let's see who takes the momentum. Havoc claws back a single round to lead 7-6. His overall rank definitely gives him an edge in these close fights. Havoc is putting on a clinic right now, really taking over the pace of the game. The gap in their overall ratings is showing right now. What a scramble! Both of them were practically empty, but he managed to edge out the victory. A lightning fast reaction from Mist, simply deleting him right off the ramp. He needed that one to keep the gap manageable. He's really refusing to go away, digging in to secure another round. Havoc is pulling away now, sitting firmly at 10. Havoc is really starting to pull away now, cleaning up from the ramp to build a 3-round lead. Mist manages to nail the shot to clear the ramp and keep this fight alive. He needs to tighten up if he wants to close this out. What a brawl! He digs deep to survive that melee and keeps his comeback hopes alive. It's becoming a real battle of nerves as the pressure mounts. He just needs one more round now to secure the victory. He's definitely proven that a higher rating means something in the final stretch. Mist manages to pick him off the ramp and keeps the dream alive. It's purely a mental battle now with the momentum shifting back. Boom! He shuts the door with a clean finish to claim the victory. Mist really pushed him to the limit there, but he just couldn't find that final gear. He fought an incredible battle against the top 5 seed. Hard fought win. Havoc opens things up strong, picking that fight from the Tetris to take the early lead. Esther is definitely making the most of that high ground, getting the better of Havoc from the ramp. Despite the age-to-age gap, he's clearly playing the favorite today. Havoc has clearly dominated this specific rivalry with 47 total wins over Esther. It's an imposing history that usually gives him the edge. It will be interesting to see if Esther can actually disrupt that pattern over the course of the full set. Havoc holds the lead, putting him up 3-2. His top 5 ranking is really starting to show. They're trading rounds back and forth, leaving us completely deadlocked in the middle of the set. He's keeping a strong rhythm after that 13-10 finish against Mist. Aster pulls ahead now, claiming a 4-3 advantage. He's really making a case for his top 10 placement right now. He's absolutely cruising right now, taking control from the ramp to secure his 3rd straight point. The momentum has completely shifted in his favor. Havoc answers back instantly, securing a tidy kill from the ramp. Expectations for the high-rated veteran are starting to align. Esther holds a 71% win rate on this specific terrain. It's a significant comfort level for him that is really translating into these early leads. He's essentially outplaying the map's dynamics to keep himself in the driver's seat. Aster takes a 7-5 lead into the break. The underdog is definitely the one making the plays right now. He's defying that long history of losses to Havoc and looks completely comfortable in this side of the map. Let's see if Havoc finds his gear. Unbelievable. Aster barely hangs on with 6 HP after shaking him off the ramp. That was an absolute nail-biter of a trade. Esther is just relentless, pushing his lead to 9-5. It's a stark contrast to those previous meetings where Havoc reigned supreme. Havoc claws one back to bring things to 9-6. He has definitely played better in his most recent matches today. Havoc puts on a clinic from the Tetris, putting a huge dent in that lead. He's really tightening up his game as this match progresses. Aster is just dominating, now sitting pretty at 10-7. He is certainly enjoying the finer side of his luck today. A total shutdown of that play, as Havoc refuses to let his opponent sail to an easy victory. Havoc is showing some real grit, effortlessly knocking him off the ramp to close the gap further. The gap in the rankings is starting to bridge. Absolutely stunning. He's just erased that entire deficit to bring us back to a dead heat. He's simply out of control, picking off his opponent from the Tetris to move within 2 of the finish line. He's completely taken over this match, putting up a 5th straight victory to secure match point. What a comeback! Havoc closes out the series with a perfect finish to take the map. Aster really pushed him to the limit, but the veteran just refused to blink when it mattered most. He had to earn every single point in that series. Hard-fought win. Welcome everyone to the Berserk League. We have Mist and Aster facing off today on Italy to see who takes the win. Aster holds a dominant historical lead, winning 68% of their lifelong encounters. It's a steep hill for Mist to climb, especially considering how heavily the favorite was tipped to take this one. We have to see if this early lead is just a fluke. Unreal, he's simply refusing to let the underdog back into this contest. He's completely shut down the opposition, taking a full set without dropping a single point. What a fight! He barely claws his way out of that exchange to get on the board. He really needs to get his eyes back on the target. Mist is absolutely cruising right now, leading 5-1. He's currently fighting a tough trend after those recent losses to Havoc. Aster is showing why he is ranked 12th on our ladder right now. It is clear he has the individual skill to shut this down. If he can put together a few more strong rounds, this early lead for Mist will evaporate quickly. He is mounting a serious charge now, taking full control of the pace. Absolute perfection in those 3 straight rounds. Total parity now, he's completely wiped the slate clean and brings us back to a dead even split. He is fully justifying that pre-game hype. Aster is simply on fire, securing another win to keep this incredible run going. Aster holds a 7-5 lead coming into the break, right? This is exactly what we'd expect to see, given his 66% success rate on Italy. He's keeping his composure and staying ahead. Time to see who blinks first. He's showing a lot of grit here, walking away from that engagement completely unscathed. He's putting his higher ranking on full display today. He is really digging in now, putting together another sharp play to narrow this gap. He's refusing to go away, winning another round to close the gap to 7-8. The momentum has completely shifted in this series. The turnaround is complete. He's now a powerhouse, bringing things back to a dead heat. He is showing incredible resolve, putting together another clean look to take a 9-8 lead. Just a total shutdown, and that puts Aster within 3 rounds of the finish line. Mist is struggling to keep pace with a superior opponent today. He's just too strong right now, extending this run to 3 straight as he closes in on the finish. The gap between the ranks is starting to feel like a canyon. He's just relentless right now, extending that win streak to 4 and putting himself 1 round away from the victory. It's looking like a repeat of their last meeting. A huge moment for Mist, who finally manages to break this stranglehold. Just a flash of brilliance to keep the dream alive. He is truly refusing to buckle, putting up another fight to stay in this. Absolute dominance to close it out. Aster surges past the finish line to take the series. He really looked like he was in trouble early on, but the experience of a veteran just took over. He's too consistent. What a fight. Welcome everyone. We've got Mist and Havoc facing off on orange to see who comes out on top. Havoc is currently maintaining a crushing lead in their overall history with 556 total round wins over Mist. That psychological advantage is really showing up in the current server mood. It'll be interesting to see if Mist can find any way to disrupt this momentum. Havoc is firmly in control with a 2-1 lead. Expectations are lining up perfectly for the higher ranked player. Unbelievable. He manages to scrape through the chaos and knocks him off the ramp to even things up. The gap in rating is completely disappearing right now. Mist has officially taken the lead at 3-2. It's a bit of a shake-up for the number 5 player. What a fight! He manages to claw back from the brink to secure his 3rd straight win. This is a complete turnaround from how the last few games ended. Havoc answers back immediately with a precise strike to narrow that gap. Mist is really fighting through a tough stretch today, after going 12-24 in the last day. It's an impressive mental recovery considering his recent form, and he's proving to be a lot more stubborn than the numbers suggested. We are all squared up at 5 apiece now. He looks completely comfortable out there. Mist is playing a dangerous game, staying aggressive from the ramp to keep his narrow lead. Mist takes a 7-5 lead into the break. I mean, he's completely ignoring the ranking gap right now. He's making a huge statement as the underdog in this series. Time for the side swap. Mist holds a slim 1-round edge at 7-6. That's a nice response after his previous 13-11 victory on red line. Mist is starting to pull away now, leading 8-6. Looking like a completely different story than his recent struggle against Aster. The speed of these exchanges is incredible. We're seeing several rounds decided in barely a second. Havoc has clawed back to a dead heat. The top 5 seed is finally finding a way to pull back. He is completely in control now, putting together a strong string of rounds. The skill gap is starting to feel much wider now. He's just untouchable right now, claiming another clean victory to extend this run. Simply an incredible display of skill. He's now 5 straight for the lead. He's looking very consistent after that 13-5 run today. Mist answers back immediately with a lightning fast shot, proving he's not folding under the pressure. He's back on top and just needs one more to secure the map. He really is the superior seed in this matchup. Unbelievable grit from Mist. He just barely survived that brutal firefight to keep his hopes alive. He is refusing to go down, bringing the deficit to just a single round. The underdog is making this way too close for comfort. What a closing shot! Havoc shuts the door and secures the series right here. Mist really put everything he had into that series, but he just couldn't close out the final push. He fought so hard. What a match. Aster holds a healthy 62% win rate on this particular map. It's a strong start for him, especially since Havoc have historically dominated their head-to-head matchups. We'll see if he can keep this momentum going through the early rounds. Absolute perfection from the opener, and he's just totally taking over this map right now. A surprising turn for the top seed on the ladder. He's simply not letting up, moving toward a total shutdown of this early phase. Total reversal from their last encounter on Blame map. He just completely dismantles Havoc right off the ramp to keep the streak rolling. This is a massive contrast to the form Havoc showed in his other games today. Simply unstoppable. He's outclassing his opponent in every single exchange to reach a 6-round lead. He is just completely owning this match, taking a massive 7-round lead. It's a completely different story than we're used to seeing from them. Havoc finally finds a way to answer back. A vital spark from the 5th highest ranked man on the ladder. Aster's reaction time is scary right now. He just shut that door from the ramp immediately. The top 10 talent is showing for the challenger here. Aster has currently put up a staggering 9-1 scoreline in this series, and honestly, it's a complete reversal from their total history where Havoc typically dominates. It'll be interesting to see if Havoc can actually claw back into this. Aster takes a huge 10-2 lead into the break. Well, it is a complete shock given that Havoc usually owns this matchup. We are looking at a potential huge upset here. Havoc needs a complete reset here. Aster is just a hair away from closing this out. He's been far too sharp throughout this set. It's quite a reversal from their usual head-to-head history. A swift response from the leader, leaving him just a single point away from victory. What a finish! He closes the door on this series with a huge victory. Just a complete mismatch from the jump. He's clearly found his rhythm today and looked far more comfortable on this side of the bracket. What a scrap to start the game. Aster barely escapes with his life to take the first. Aster really knows how to handle this specific opponent, holding a win rate of 68% in their historical matchups. We're seeing that dominance translate directly into this series as he holds a clear advantage in the early rounds. It'll be tough for Mist to shift the momentum from here. He's just untouchable right now, completing a perfect sweep of the opening frames. He's showing why he sits comfortably in the top 10 on the ladder. A fast response from Mist to finally get on the board. Aster is cruising with a commanding 5-1 lead. The former top seed is definitely playing like he belongs there. Aster keeps the pressure on with a 6-1 lead. This looks like a repeat of that 13-10 result we saw earlier. A total shutdown for the competitor. He's just taking over this map. He's continuing that scorching form after his big victory over Havoc. Mist connects with a sharp shot to drop his opponent off the ramp. He really needs a spark after that rough 11-25 run today. Mist is really putting up a fight here, taking control of the map from the ramp. He's finally starting to close the gap against a higher ranked opponent. A total dismantle of the ramp position as he secures his third straight victory. The favorite is definitely feeling the pressure now. Aster holds an 8-4 lead heading into the break. I mean, the betting odds might have leaned toward Mist, but the rank difference is showing he looks very comfortable taking a 4-round run early in this one. Let's see if Mist can rally. Mist is showing some real resilience despite his lackluster 11-25 run today. He's managed to keep his composure even while facing an opponent who dominates their head-to-head. It will be interesting to see if he can actually push this into a tie. He just won't let up. That's 3 straight for Mist and the momentum has completely shifted. He's completely flipped the script on his opponent. Aster quickly halts the slide, taking control of the ramp clash. The higher ranked player is refusing to let the game slip. Aster still holds a 3-round cushion at 10-7. Just as efficient as he was in their previous match today. Mist secures another one by picking him off the Tetris. Looking for a way to bridge that gap. The pressure is definitely mounting on the higher seed. A complete shutdown of the opponent and he's now just 1 round behind. That's a huge shift in energy coming into the final stretch. Aster catches him right there on the Tetris to snap the run. He's really leaning into that top 10 ladder status right now. Aster fires from the ramp to put himself just 1 round away from victory. He is simply too sharp in these high-stakes exchanges. He keeps fighting, refusing to let the series slide away without a fight. A much needed answer from him as he keeps the hope alive. And there it is, Aster shuts the door on this match with a perfect final shot. Mist really pushed the pace in the middle there, but he just couldn't find that final gear to close it out. He's got to be gutted, hard-fought win. Havoc holds a massive historical lead with over 500 wins against Mist. It's definitely a stark contrast to the current scoreline. We have to see if Mist can actually put together a string of rounds against a player of this caliber. Havoc keeps the pressure high, simply outplaying Mist from that elevated angle. He's currently sitting comfortably in the top 5 of our rating. Pure deadlock now, as Mist forces a total stalemate. Havoc just barely edges ahead with a 3-2 lead. His current form today looks far sharper than the other guys. We are seeing a total toss-up right now, with neither player able to secure 2 rounds in a row. Unreal. That was a total war of attrition, and Mist barely walks away alive to take a 4-3 lead. Just a bit of a shock compared to their previous clash. That's unbelievable speed. He just continues to shred through the competition. He is absolutely on fire, taking a commanding lead with 4 straight rounds. Absolute nightmare of a start for the favorite. Absolute chaos in this exchange, and he survives by a single point of health to start the climb back. The favorite is finally starting to push back. Squeezing through with just a sliver of health, Havoc keeps this surge alive. The gap in their overall skill level is starting to show. Mist takes a 7-5 lead into the break. This is a huge shock given the rankings. The underdog is fighting back hard despite Havoc's edge in the head-to-head record. Mist has an 11-25 record over the last day, so seeing him put up an 8-5 lead is honestly a massive shift in momentum. It's rare to see him this clinical against someone sitting in the top 5 of our rating. We'll see if he can actually close this out. He's not letting the lead slip away, continuing a strong push to close the distance. He's really leaning into his strength right now. Mist holds on to a slim 2-round cushion here. The veteran is still showing off a lot more experience here. He's showing a lot of grit, fighting back to get within a single round. He's showing why he started as such a heavy favorite. He's completely erased that lead, bringing everything back to a dead even split. An incredibly clean finish to tie this game up. Mist manages to regain the edge by a single round. He's playing the game of his life right now. Havoc is showing impressive tenacity, even in the score at 10-10. A real battle of nerves as we head into the final stretch. Both of these players are just alternating wins now, making it nearly impossible to tell who has the upper hand. A wild turn for someone who entered as the heavy underdog. A complete shutout on this turn, leaving things deadlocked at 11 apiece. Neither side is willing to blink in this series. What a gutsy performance to put himself in a position to close this out. That is a pair of incredibly fast finishes from the favorite. What a finish! He closes out the series in style to take the victory. Mist really fought for every single inch of ground in that one, but the experience just won out. He had to work for that. Aster really looks strong going into this with a 66% win rate here. It's a great start given the history. As Havoc has generally owned this matchup over the long term, we'll see if that dominant head-to-head record actually matters today. Havoc takes a commanding lead, now sitting at 2-1. The top 5 seed is definitely showing his class here. He is just on fire right now, taking full control of the server. He's definitely proving his spot in the top 9%. Aster answers back quickly to close that gap. He's definitely shaken off the rust after that 13-2 loss in their last meeting. And just like that, Aster brings us back to a dead heat. The top 5 seed is starting to look vulnerable. Simply untouchable right now as he takes another round for himself. He's looking to distance himself from that poor showing earlier today. Simply a different level of precision here, extending that run to 4 straight. Unbelievable, he barely scrapes through that exchange from the wine to keep the momentum rolling. Havoc manages to drag him down from the wine, showing some real grit to tighten this gap. The underdog is fighting back with everything he has. He's staying incredibly composed, keeping this rally alive as the first half winds down. The lead has shrunk to a single round. We're tied up at 6 apiece heading into the break. I mean, the underdog is really holding his own here. Aster is playing exactly like someone who knows he can take down the higher seed. New side, new momentum. A total shutout for the higher seed, who's looking stronger and stronger with every round he takes. He's definitely reclaiming the momentum from the start of the game. He's refusing to back down, securing another round to keep this comeback alive. Everything is starting to fall back into place for the favorite. He's simply not letting up, securing another swift victory to extend the run. What a snapshot! Aster cuts through the opposition to keep this pressure mounting. We're seeing a massive shift in the energy between these two. He's proving incredibly tough to put away, continuing this climb to narrow the deficit. A very tidy sequence there to pull ahead by 2, showing real strength in the recovery. A decisive shift in favor of the higher rank. Havoc shows some real steel here, shutting down the momentum and moving back into a 3-round lead. He's simply outclassing his opponent right now, putting himself just 1 round away from victory. He just had to withstand that pressure, keeping his head to secure another round. The favorite has to tighten up if he wants to seal this. Aster continues to climb, shutting down the favorite with an incredibly fast response. Unreal, he digs deep in the final exchange to close it all out and secure the victory. Despite a huge run of momentum from his opponent, the top 5 seed proves why he's so dangerous in these grudge matches. He really had to sweat that one out. What a battle! Mist gets the opening round with a quick pick from the ramp. Aster holds a huge historical advantage with that 220 to 104 head-to-head lead. It's surprising to see the top 10 ranked player struggling this much against the lower seed early on. Let's see if Aster can actually turn this around. We've got a dead heat now at 2 apiece. Expectations are shifting back toward the top 10 seed now. Aster shuts things down from the ramp, taking full control of the map now. He's certainly playing his way back to that high seed ranking. He's just completely untouchable right now, taking an effortless 4th straight. A quick exchange here, and Mist finally puts a stop to that run. It looks like the lower seed is starting to find a spark. And just like that, Mist has completely leveled the field. A completely opposite result compared to their previous outing today. Aster barely keeps the lead, pushing ahead 5-4. He's showing a lot more confidence than he did against Havoc today. Mist takes the advantage from the ramp, and he's really making Aster earn every single round here. He's really shaking off that rough 9:26 start to the day. Unreal, he somehow scrapes through that chaos with practically nothing left in the tank. A massive shift in momentum, considering how their last meeting ended. We're sitting at a 6 all stalemate. I mean, this is exactly how we predicted the first half would go. Both guys are keeping pace, and we'll see who can pull away in the second. Fresh start for both. Aster is just too quick right now, securing another win from the ramp. He's definitely showing that gap in ladder ranking right now. Mist is really showing he can hold his own here, picking up the point from the ramp. A very different result than that loss on red line earlier. Mist just edges ahead, taking a thin 1-round lead. He's really climbing up that ladder with these wins. Back to square one as we hit 8 all. He's playing like the far more experienced pro in this set. Aster is really putting on a clinic with these lightning fast rounds from the ramp. Aster is just punishing him from the ramp, putting his lead back at 2. The high seed is really asserting his dominance now. Another clean one for Aster, taking his opponent right off the ramp. Mist is struggling to find any momentum today. And there is a response. He refuses to go away quietly, chipping back into the lead. He needs a big stand here to stay in this. Aster recovers instantly to put himself just 1 round away from victory. The high-ranking player is simply refusing to slip up here. Mist delivers a clutch response from the ramp, keeping his hopes alive. It's a surprising display of grit for the underdog today. He just can't be stopped right now, keeping the dream alive with another fast delivery. Total composure from the underdog right now. What a finish! Aster secures the final point to close out the match. Mist really pushed him to the limit with those late rounds, but he just couldn't close the deal. What a fight! Havoc looks sharp early, securing that first round from the Tetris spot. Havoc has been a nightmare for Mist, winning almost 70% of their head-to-head battles. It makes sense given the wide gap between them on our rating ladder. The real question is whether Mist can find a way to disrupt this flow before things get out of hand. He's completely in control, picking him off from the Tetris to push the lead to 4. The top 5 seed is definitely making his presence felt. A fierce exchange here, but he comes out on top to extend that streak to 5. It's been a rough stretch for the underdog, who's really struggling lately. What a scramble! Mist clings to life by a thread to finally get a point on the board. He barely escaped that encounter with a sliver of health. Havoc keeps the pressure on with a commanding 6-1 lead. He is really putting on a clinic today. Mist has looked completely lost lately, managing only a 10% win rate in his last 10 outings. It's an incredibly steep hill to climb when you're coming off such a brutal stretch. We need to see a serious shift in momentum if he wants to keep this game competitive. A fast reflex play there, securing another point for Mist. Hard to forget those close sets they've played recently. Havoc still cruising with a comfortable 8-3 lead. He's clearly shaken after that tight series on Blame Dunes. We're heading into the break with Havoc leading 9-3. Things are playing out exactly how we thought they would. He's just outclassing Mist right now, and it shows in the score. Time to switch sides. Havoc is just too quick to react, using that high ground again to put a huge dent in Mist's hopes. He's keeping up a strong pace after his victory over Aster. Havoc is just too oppressive, using that ramp to put himself in a perfect spot for another round win. His rank is showing in the way he closes these out. These bouts are getting decided in the blink of an eye, but Mist is fighting back. Mist has found a second wind and is finally chipping away at that massive lead. A totally clean finish that puts him just one round away from victory. He's effectively neutralized everything Mist tried to throw at him. A huge read here as Mist clears him right off the Tetris. A surprising look for the favorite who's rarely been this vulnerable today. Absolute perfection from Havoc to wrap this up and secure the map. That's another one for the books, and he's really continuing this strong run of form today. Havoc just takes the early lead, and it looks like he's continuing his dominance over Esther today. Havoc is just too quick on the draw right now, and that ramp position really helped him secure the second. The higher rated man is showing why he holds the favorite tag. Esther is clearly comfortable here with a 68% win rate on this map, and it's interesting to see him shaking off that recent loss to Havoc with a more aggressive approach. I wonder if we're seeing the start of a shift in momentum. And he just clears out the ramp with a perfect shot, taking complete control of the map. He's really trying to shake off that recent defeat on AIM Italy. Aster puts the pressure on, dropping another quickly to pull ahead with a commanding lead. Havoc answers back immediately to keep things tight. He's definitely looking to maintain the dominant head-to-head record. We've got a dead heat at 4 apiece. The number 5 ranked player is putting his foot on the gas. A perfect exchange for Havoc as he puts together a strong 3-round run. He's really capitalizing on that historical head-to-head advantage. He's simply unstoppable right now, taking full command of the map with a 4th consecutive victory. He's completely taken over this game, picking up his 5th straight to secure a healthy cushion. Havoc holds a 7-5 lead coming into the break. And honestly, it's exactly how we expected this to play out. He's staying steady and keeping the pressure on for the second half. Let's see if Aster resets. Aster answers back immediately with a sharp shot to cut the gap. The gap in the standings is starting to feel a lot smaller. And he's done it. Aster manages to scrub out the deficit entirely to bring us level at 7 apiece. The underdog is putting up a serious fight. Unreal, he barely manages to hold on, clamping down for his 3rd straight to take the lead. The sheer willpower to close that out with almost nothing left in the tank. What a turn of events! He's just rolled right through the opposition to make it 4 in a row. It's a total flip from the pre-match expectations. He's simply on fire, taking another flawless round to push his lead to 10. Pure chaos for the man we expected to stroll through this set. Havoc shows great resolve here, walking away unscathed to tighten the series. He's playing a lot more like the top-rated side of this pair. A fierce clash from the ramp, and Havoc secures another one, keeping the momentum swinging. Quick feet and even quicker reactions from the veteran here. Havoc is completely untouchable right now, using that ramp to force the series back to a dead-even tie. Aster wins a gritty exchange to reclaim the advantage. That was a nail-biter of a duel right there. He's simply not going away, claiming another round to put himself just 1 step away from victory. Havoc is refusing to buckle, picking the opponent right off the ramp to keep his hopes alive. The high-seeded pro is digging in deep here. Absolutely incredible tenacity from Havoc to force this into overtime. Both of them are just completely locked in for the extra frames. A brutal back and forth exchange, but he comes out on top to extend the streak. Pure consistency from the favorite to close the gap. He's totally in control now, moving the score to 14 with his 4th straight victory. The pressure is just too much for Aster to handle right now. Havoc is simply refusing to be stopped, putting a huge amount of pressure on the series right now. What grit! He tracks the target and picks him right off that ramp to keep his hopes alive. A crucial stop to keep the dream alive. What a finish! He closes out the distance and secures the victory. He just refused to let that lead slip away in those final overtime rounds. He's really owning this head-to-head rivalry lately. He had to work for that. Esther has a commanding 68% win rate in their head-to-head history. That long-term dominance is really showing today, especially since Mist is fighting through a 10-game losing streak. It'll take a huge shift in momentum to turn this one around. Aster just keeps pulling ahead, leading it 2-1. Esther is definitely playing his part as the favorite here. This is a total stalemate right now. Neither one of them can build any real lead. He's putting on a huge performance despite his recent rough patch. Aster pushes further ahead, now holding a 3-2 lead. He's firmly established himself as the higher rated player in this pair. What an absolute brawl! Mist scrapes through that exchange to even things up at 3-3. Coming into this as the underdog, Mist is really holding his own. Aster claims the edge, moving ahead 4-3. He's really making the most of that top quartile rating. And just like that, Mist brings us level at 4-4. The underdog is really refusing to fold today. Mist is really starting to pick up speed here, putting some distance between himself and Aster. He has barely won a match this entire day. Absolute deadlock now as Mist forces a 5-all tie. That was a lightning fast exchange to get things back to even. Aster regains the lead, putting him up 6-5. It's been a tough afternoon for him so far. Aster holds a 7-5 lead going into the break. Honestly, it looks like the ratings are accurate here. Mist is putting up a fight, but Aster is currently matching that high 1600 rating with a strong performance. Time to see who settles in. Aster nudges ahead, now leading the series 7-6. A clean, lightning-fast snap to get back into the game. A huge shot to keep the pressure on. Mist is really struggling to find any footing after that 827 record over the last day. It's clear that fatigue is starting to set in. We have to see if he can shake off those losses before Aster puts this game away. Unreal, he survives with a sliver of health to tie this game up at 8-8. Pure nerves of steel to clutch that out at single digits. Aster just barely edges back into a 1-point lead. Quick reactions there to shut that door. Aster is putting the squeeze on, now leading 10-8. He's comfortably staying in that top 10 slot on the ladder. He's completely taking over this portion of the game, extending that run to 3 straight. He's absolutely on fire right now, moving just one step away from victory. The momentum has shifted entirely in his direction. What a way to close it out! Aster finishes him off to secure the victory. He was just too sharp on this map, and it's a shame for Mist, who really can't catch a break today. Havoc is a massive favorite in their overall head-to-head, winning nearly 70% of their past bouts. It's clear that Mist is stepping into this match as a significant underdog. The real test will be if he can turn this early lead into a full-blown upset. Havoc is really finding the gaps, using that ramp to keep the pressure high. He's clearly riding a wave of confidence after an 18-6 day. Just a complete shutout there. He's really taking control of the server. The gap in their ladder positions is starting to show. He's just completely in command now, securing another rapid-fire victory. He manages to pick him off the ramp, extending the run to 5 straight. A tough day for Mist, who struggled with his last 10 matches. He is simply on another level right now, taking a 6th straight round. It's a brutal stretch for Mist, who has dropped his last 10 matches. Finally, a glimpse of life for Mist as he secures a swift kill. Mist is putting up a fight, using the ramp to close the gap significantly. A surprising turn of events for the 30-ranked player. What a sequence. He's just an absolute wall right now, securing his 3rd straight round. The momentum has shifted completely in this series. Unbelievable. He is absolutely on fire, picking up yet another round to keep this rally alive. It's a 7-5 lead for Havoc heading into the break. I mean, things are playing out exactly as the rankings suggested. He's in the driver's seat, though Mist is staying competitive. Let's see a new spark from Mist. Havoc just secures that with another quick snap from the ramp, firmly grasping hold of the lead. He's playing like a true top 10 competitor right now. He's refusing to back down, clawing another round away to close the gap. He's proving a lot tougher to put away than expected. Havoc is really capitalizing on the gap in their individual form, especially with Mist struggling to an 8:28 record today. So yeah, the pressure is mounting. As Havoc looks to close this out quickly, it will take a massive shift in momentum for the underdog to survive this. What a scramble. He barely scrapes through that exchange to put himself on the verge of victory. He's absolutely relentless, putting a stop to that mini rally and bringing himself to match point. And that's it. He just wipes the floor with him to secure the match. He's just completely in his element today. It's rough to see that losing skid continue for Mist. Havoc has historically owned this rivalry by taking 64% of their total head-to-head matches. It's a dominant lead, but we're seeing it start to shift with Esther getting the first point here. I wonder if this set is where we see the gap close. Havoc barely edges ahead, pushing the lead to 2-1. Both of these players are incredibly quick. We've seen 4 rounds fly by in a flash. Aster seizes the momentum with a 3-2 lead. The 5th ranked guy is finally feeling the pressure. We are completely deadlocked at 3 apiece now. He's been absolutely on fire in his last 10, winning 80%. Havoc is putting the pressure on now, really starting to pull away from the middle of the pack. Pure chaos now as Esther evens it up at 4. The favorite is really struggling to put a hold on this set. Havoc claws back the advantage, moving ahead 5-4. He's looking incredibly sharp throughout his recent matches today. Havoc just reads him perfectly, picking Aster right off the box for another quick win. He just can't be stopped right now, taking a massive lead into the final round of the half. We've got a tight 7-5 lead for Havoc heading into the break. I mean, the higher seed is doing exactly what we expected. He's just kept his composure to maintain a slim cushion. Time to switch sides. Havoc is currently on a hot run with 19-6 in the last day. Well, it's no surprise he's looking this confident. The pressure is really starting to build for Aster to find an answer here. A perfect shot from Aster to tighten the grip on this series. He's definitely not playing like the underdog now. Havoc pulls further away, now sitting comfortably at 9-6. Aster holds his ground on the box, showing some real grit to keep this fight alive. Still a tough hill to climb against someone of his caliber. He holds the high ground on the box and secures another win to keep this rally going. Havoc stays in control, extending it to a 10-8 lead. He's certainly playing up to that top 5 standing. Aster is really fighting an uphill battle here as he's just unable to put a stop to that win streak. The rank 10 spot is feeling the pressure right now. Unbelievable. He barely walks away from that exchange, but it puts him 1 point away from victory. He just refuses to let a single exchange go his way. Aster responds with an incredibly clean burst to keep his hopes alive. A huge momentum swing in his favor for this final push. And that is it. Havoc closes the door with a perfect shot to secure the match. He just seems to have Aster's number every time they meet. Another huge statement from the number 5 seed. Esther has a clear advantage in their history, winning 68% of the matches they've played together. It's surprising to see Mist taking the lead early given how struggling he's been today. It'll be interesting to see if he can actually pull off the upset here. He's simply too fast right now, taking a commanding 3-round lead. He's completely shaken off that tough day-long slump. Absolutely untouchable right now, sweeping the opening stretch of the match. Exactly the opposite of their most recent meeting. What a scramble! He almost let it slip, but he manages to claw out another victory. Aster responds quickly with a clean get, keeping himself in the fight. The top 10 seed finally looks like he's settling in. Aster is comfortably the stronger player based on our rating, so it makes sense that he's starting to push back now. He's finally leveraging that skill gap to chip away at the lead. He is on fire, netting 3 straight to narrow the gap. The pressure is definitely shifting back to the underdog. He's just relentless, taking his 4th straight to put the pressure right back on Mist. And he's completely leveled the playing field, equalizing the score with a 5-round tear. He's finally playing up to that huge gap in their rankings. He's simply outclassing the competition right now, marking 6 consecutive wins as we head toward the mid-match break. Aster holds a 7-5 lead going into the break. I mean, it's an expected result given his 66% win rate on this map. Mist showed a lot of heart early, but the higher seeded player is firmly in control. Fresh start for the second half. What a scrap! Both of them were nearly gone, but he barely scrapes through that exchange to halt the slide. He's really fighting back against a nightmare stretch of games. And just like that, Mist locks it up at 7-0. It's a complete reversal of how the two matched up earlier today. Aster regains the lead with a quick burst of aggression. It's a huge relief for the favorite to keep things tight. He's steadily climbing back into the match, securing a 2nd consecutive round. He's simply too strong right now, putting a complete stop to any momentum Mist had built up. It's starting to feel like a total shutout from here. He's simply outperforming his opponent, racking up a 4th straight victory to widen the gap. This is exactly why he's currently sitting in the top 10. He finally finds a way to disrupt the flow, snapping Aster's run. Hard to believe considering his rough run of form today. He's showing incredible resolve, keeping the pressure high with another fast win. A sharp exchange and Aster takes it, putting himself just 1 round away from victory. A solid response from the higher ranked player. Absolutely flawless finish. Aster completes the comeback and secures the victory. He looked a lot more comfortable as the set went on, finally finding the dominant form we've come to expect from him. Havoc is looking sharp early on, shutting Mist down as soon as he pushed up that ramp. Havoc has dominated this rivalry in the past, winning nearly 70% of their encounters. And we are seeing that huge gap in their individual ratings play out in real time. I wonder if Mist can find any answer to this early pressure. Havoc is just too fast today, using those planks to keep the advantage. It's a tough day for Mist, and we've seen him struggle all morning. Havoc is just way too quick on the draw right now, shutting Mist down before he could even react on the ramp. And there's the response. Mist secures a clean kill from the ramp to keep this battle competitive. The underdog is certainly putting up a fight right now. Havoc is firmly in control with a 5-2 lead. It's clearly his day, and we've seen the top 5 rank showing. He refuses to go away, securing another win from the ramp to tighten the gap. He's showing he can hold his own against a top 10 seed. He continues to push forward, proving that he's not going to fold under the pressure. Havoc is just too opportunistic, picking the perfect moment to strike from that window. Havoc is just owning the high ground right now, shutting down any attempts to close the gap from that wine box. Havoc takes a 7-5 lead into the break. You know, this is exactly how we expected things to start. Mist is playing some decent defense here, but it's hard to ignore his current 13-match losing streak. Time to swap sides. Havoc is really leaning into that confidence after going 20-6 over the last day. It's a stark contrast to the struggles we've seen from Mist this afternoon. He's going to have to find a way to break this momentum if he wants to stay in the game. Havoc's firmly in the driver's seat at 9-6. He's really fighting to get back into this one. He's refusing to buckle, taking his second straight round to keep these hopes alive. This is a much closer contest than the pre-match ranking suggested. Unbelievable. He claws his way back from the brink to secure another round, barely surviving the exchange. Havoc quickly regains his footing, claiming another round from the ramp. His high seed is starting to show again. Mist doesn't let up, picking him off the ramp to narrow this gap to just 1. Just an absolute laser of a shot to close that gap. What a scramble! Both players were nearly depleted, but he somehow managed to come out on top. He's really proving to be the stronger presence on the server today. A lightning-fast reaction there to put him in a devastating spot. Mist keeps the dream alive, showing some serious grit to force another round. The pressure is mounting for the higher seed to close this out. What a finale! Havoc secures the final kill and walks away with the victory. Mist really played his heart out here, making the top seed sweat it out until the very end. He almost broke that curse. What a fight! Havoc has a very strong historical claim here, having won 65% of their previous encounters. That a historical edge is likely why he entered as the favorite. He just needs to keep this momentum going to secure another victory in this rivalry. Havoc is pulling ahead with a slim 2-1 lead. The current 5th ranked player is certainly playing to his seed. Everything is completely balanced right now, and the pressure is mounting as neither player can get a consecutive round. Havoc keeps the upper hand, managing to hold a tight defensive line from the Tetris. He's been on an absolute tear lately, boasting a 90% win rate. Havoc is just too quick today, using that high ground to put more pressure on Aster. He's riding a massive 7-game win streak right now. Havoc is just one step ahead, leading 4-3. He's certainly showing why he holds that top 10 spot on the ladder. Aster finally claws back to tie things up at 4-4. He's completely flipped the script from their last meeting on the dunes. An effortless blow from the ramp as he extends this lead. He is simply too clean in these exchanges. He just can't be stopped right now, making it 4 straight for Aster. A tough spot for the higher rated player in this series. He just refuses to miss, knocking Havoc right off the Tetris to keep this run alive. It is a stark contrast to his usual dominance on this map. Aster goes into the break with an 8-4 lead. The underdog is completely taking over here. He's clearly making use of his 71% win rate on this map to put Havoc on his heel. Time to see if Havoc wakes up. Aster had a strong lead, but Havoc is putting his high skill rating to use to narrow the gap. You can tell he's not letting this slip away easily. Let's see if he can force another series of closely contested rounds here. What a recovery! He secures another from the ramp, narrowing that gap to just 1. He's really digging deep to prove why he's the favorite here. He's totally erased the lead, wiping out Aster from the ramp to tie this setup at 8-8. This puts us right back to a dead heat. He's simply untouchable right now, picking Aster off the ramp to secure a 5th straight win. Finally, Aster puts a stop to that run and evens things up at 9-9. It's a complete toss-up heading into the final stretch. Havoc shows great grit here, clawing his way back to a 10-9 lead. That's exactly the resilience we expect from a top seed. He's firmly in control again, walking away from this encounter without taking any damage. He is starting to look like the heavy favorite again. Aster manages to hold that ramp position, and now we're seeing these 2 trade rounds back and forth. The rank 10 underdog is really fighting back now. Aster is really putting the pressure on now, matching those quick reflex shots perfectly. A huge swing of momentum for the rank 10 spot. Absolutely lethal. He wipes Havoc right off the Tetris to move within striking distance of victory. Absolute mayhem in that exchange. He claws back to 12-12, barely surviving that trade to force overtime. Talk about a nerve-wracking scramble to get back on level ground. Aster is looking incredibly sharp right now, keeping the pressure high as he maintains the advantage. He's really making a statement against a higher rated opponent today. Havoc just won another quick exchange from the ramp, refusing to let this match slip away. Aster just punished him for staying on the Tetris, shutting down that attempt to get back in control. A lightning fast reflex play, and he brings this deadlocked battle to a complete stalemate. Neither player is giving an inch in this absolute bloodbath. Havoc claws his way back to the brink of victory, securing another round from the Tetris. That was a nail-biter for a second there. Unreal reaction. He just completely shuts everything down to put himself one step away from the victory. Aster strikes back, taking a narrow 16-15 lead. And just like that, Havoc levels the playing field at 16-16. Aster surges ahead, holding a razor-thin 17-16 edge. He's keeping the pressure on for a second straight game. Havoc answers right back to make it 17-all. It is a total toss-up as we enter the deep end of overtime. Aster grabs the lead with a hard-fought 18-17 advantage. The underdog is proving far more resilient than anyone expected. Aster is pulling away with a 2-round cushion. He finally manages to break that losing streak against the top 5, shaking off the historical disadvantage in a crazy overtime battle. He really earned this one. What a series! Aster enters this map with a dominant career win rate of 67%, but looking at their current forms, the momentum is heavily shifted. Mist has been struggling through a 14-game losing streak, so he'll need this early advantage to hold if he wants to surprise the top-tier seed. Aster's got the high ground on this one and is starting to separate himself from the pack. The top 10 placement is really starting to show here. We've got a dead heat as they head into round 5. It's a clean slate for both of them now. Mist pulls ahead by 1 as we reset. Hard to believe the rank 30 underdog is owning this server. That was an incredibly fast exchange, and we are right back to a dead tie. Aster is playing like the highest seed again. Aster manages to reclaim the lead, moving up to 4. His head-to-head lead is really starting to weight in. The tide has completely turned as he secures his 3rd consecutive round. The higher-seeded star is completely in control here. Simply untouchable right now, extending that streak to 4. This is starting to feel like a repeat of their last meeting. Unreal, he barely survives that exchange, barely hanging on to keep the streak alive. The gap in their ratings is really manifesting here. Another effortless win for him, putting a huge dent in Mist's confidence right before the break. He's definitely looking like the favorite we expected today. Aster holds an 8-4 advantage as we head into the break. Those pre-match expectations are looking wrong. Despite the odds makers, Aster is just outclassing him right now with that 6-round surge. Time to shake it off. What a fight! Mist clawed his way back from the edge to narrowly secure the round. That's a high-stress recovery by the lower seed. He's on fire now, refusing to back down as he secures another effortless round. A huge shift in energy as the momentum swings back. Aster has completely dominated the historic rivalry here with those 223 wins over his opponent. And honestly, it feels like he's just cementing that hierarchy today. The gap in skill has been a constant factor in this match. Let's see if Mist can stop this from becoming another blowout. He's simply not going away, picking up another as he keeps the pressure on. Getting dangerously close to an even split now. Absolutely incredible. He's completely wiped out that deficit and forced a deadlock in the series. Total chaos as they restart the clock from 0. Just flawless. He's now claimed 4 straight, taking a commanding lead in this unexpected surge. Aster answers back immediately to keep things even. He's certainly showing why he's currently 9th on the ladder. Aster is really starting to tighten his grip on this match, putting himself just 1 round away from victory. He just won't go away, clawing back to pull this series completely level. A sharp, quick reaction to shut down that last push. A ruthless exchange that puts him just a single step away from closing this out. What a finish! Aster shuts the door with a perfect shot to secure the victory. Mist really fought back to push this one to the limit, but he just couldn't find that final push. What a match! Havoc holds a staggering lead with over 560 career round wins over Mist. It's easy to see why the momentum is shifted his way given how poorly Mist has performed today. It'll be tough for Mist to find a way back into this one. Havoc is just relentlessly dominating this series at 2-1. The top 5 guy looks a little shaken after that. The exchanges are getting faster and faster, and Havoc is just purely out-timing him right now. He's definitely looking like the favorite here. Havoc is staring down a close 3-2 lead. A tough stretch today for Mist, but he's keeping his head. We've got a dead heat at 3 apiece. A real struggle for him after those previous losses today. Havoc is really putting the pressure on now, refusing to let Mist keep any momentum going. He's really starting to reflect that gap in our rating. Neither player can pull ahead, it's 4-all. A tough stretch for the rank 30 player, but he's fighting back. Mist finally edges ahead and takes a slim lead. A complete turnaround from that 13-10 loss they had earlier. It's a complete toss-up right now. Both of these guys are fighting for every inch of ground. He really looks like he's finding his footing after those first 9. Unbelievable. He barely survives that brutal trade, clinging on to keep his lead heading into the half. He's putting up a massive fight to secure that lead. Mist takes a 7-5 lead into the switch. I mean, he's absolutely defied the odds here after a 15-game losing streak. It's a shock to see the lower-ranked player holding the advantage right now. Time to see if this holds. Mist has a 45% win rate on this map. So yeah, it's really surprising to see him putting a huge dent in the favorite's confidence right now. Havoc is definitely feeling the pressure. Havoc answers back with a completely clean kill, showing some real grit here. He's clearly not letting his lead slip away without a fight. Mist is really starting to run away with this, leading 9-6. An unbelievable swing from how these two usually match up. Mist is just cruising now, sitting comfortably at 10. It's getting harder for the top 5 guy to recover. Havoc manages to hold that skid just as things were starting to look precarious for him. Coming off an impressive 21 wins today. Havoc is really digging deep here, putting together another strong round to keep this comeback alive. He's completely shut him down, keeping the charge moving as the comeback gathers speed. Mist catches him on the ramp to regain control of the pace. A huge shift in energy considering he struggled so much today. A gritty exchange there, but the resilience of Havoc shows as he claws back to within 1. The gap in their rankings is starting to show again. A tough slugfest there, but he manages to emerge on top and bring the score dead even. A high-stakes situation for a player who has looked so shaky today. A clean strike to put the pressure squarely back on Mist, and now he's just 1 round away from victory. Unbelievable. He closes out the series with a furious charge to take the win. He really had to fight for every single point in that one, but the experience finally paid off. What a fight! Havoc leads this matchup significantly with 51 wins in their head-to-head history. It's a massive advantage, but we saw Aster take the most recent encounter between them. This opening round proves Havoc is looking to re-establish that long-term dominance early on. Both of them were trading heavy damage, but he manages to secure a third straight victory. Aster answers back immediately with a perfectly timed shot to bring the score to 1-3. Absolutely nails the final shot after an intense exchange, barely surviving that one. He's refusing to back down, putting up another strong fight to close the gap. He's putting on a serious display of resilience, walking away from this exchange without a single scratch. Havoc has been really consistent lately, putting up a 22-7 record over the last 24 hours. It's that kind of confidence that's helping him hold off the early pressure. Now we just have to see if he can maintain this lead against one of the league's most disciplined players. Unbelievable! He closed back the lead in a chaotic scramble to even things up at 5-all. He's absolutely on fire, taking full control of the series as we approach the break. Aster takes a 7-5 lead into the break. I mean, we expected the favorite to pull ahead, but Aster is playing a nearly flawless game here. He's really utilizing that map advantage to keep Havoc on the defensive. Havoc needs to find his rhythm now. Aster holds a slim one-round edge as we reset. His ranking in the top 9% definitely shows when he gets a look. Total deadlock now as Havoc forces a 7-7 tie. This is exactly why the ladder has him listed higher. He's completely untouchable right now, securing another quick kill to extend that streak. He keeps the pressure on, securing another clean win to bring this set level at 8-8. He's proven that the pre-match gap in their rankings was a bit deceptive. He's simply refusing to break, taking another fast round to firmly reclaim the lead. Just a flash of movement and it's over, keeping the momentum firmly in his favor. What a statement. He's totally shifted the momentum, taking a fourth straight map without breaking a sweat. He's shutting down the run, showing some real grit to secure another win. This is the kind of resilience that makes him the betting favorite. He's refusing to let the game slip away, keeping this comeback alive with another perfect exchange. The gap in their rankings is suddenly feeling very small. Absolute precision there. He's just one step away from sealing the series. A complete flip from the usual results we see with these two. What a finish! He closes out the map with a rapid burst to secure the victory. He's officially making a habit of taking these games, continuing a real streak of dominance over the favorite. He had to earn every bit of that one hard-fought win. Esther secures the opening round with a nice peek from the ramp. Esther has a massive historical lead with 224 wins over Mist. He's been leaning on that confidence all day with a strong positive record today. It will be interesting to see if Mist can actually pull off the upset here. Esther is really capitalizing on those early exchanges, taking control of the match right now. He's really capitalizing on that top tier ranking today. Esther's just dominating with a commanding 3-1 lead. He's showing exactly why he's ranked 8 on the ladder. Mist manages to hold the high ground here, securing the round from the ramp. He's certainly feeling the pressure after those early rounds. Goodness, what a scramble. Esther manages to scrap through that exchange on the ramp with barely anything left. That's a nail-biter of a round to secure the lead. Esther's really starting to stretch this gap, utilizing that vertical advantage on the ramp to stay ahead. He's completely shut the door on that comeback attempt, cruising to a 4-round advantage. And that's another for Esther, simply picking him off from the ramp. He's carrying that momentum right over from their previous clash. He's just unstoppable right now, extending his streak to 5 straight. He's really showcasing the gap in their ratings here. He continues to fire from the ramp, putting a massive dent in Mist's hopes before the break. Esther holds a big lead at 9-3. While he is really turning the tables on the favorites today, he's playing far better than his underdog status suggests right now. Let's see if Mist can wake up. Mist has really struggled recently, putting up a 630 record over the last day. He's currently fighting a steep uphill battle against someone who just isn't letting up. It's becoming a very long road back for him. Esther is nearly out of reach with a 10-5 lead. Those fast reactions are starting to pay off for him. Esther quickly recovers and claims that fight from the ramp. He's certainly keeping up that pace with his strong 24-12 run today. He shuts down that little momentum swing immediately, putting himself just 1 round away from victory. He looks completely locked in today. A clean stop for Mist, keeping the dream alive just a bit longer. A quick reaction from him to prevent that immediate finish. What a final shot! Esther closes it out right here to secure the series. Just another chapter in a long history of dominance here, and that's just a brutal way to end a tough day for Mist. Havoc really owns the mental edge here, holding a substantial lead in their head-to-head history. It's clear he's carrying that confidence into this series after taking their most recent encounter. He is definitely the one in control right now. Absolute perfection from Havoc, securing his third straight round with a clean finish. Mist answers back, quickly picking him off the Tetris to pull around back. He is certainly showing that the favorites can be pushed today. He's putting up a real fight, cutting the lead down to a single round. The top-seeded player is suddenly looking very vulnerable. Havoc secures the advantage from the Tetris, keeping this a fairly tight contest. It's a familiar feeling for the rank 30 player right now. Mist has struggled immensely today, going 630 in the last 24 hours. Well, that lack of momentum is really starting to show against a player of Havoc's caliber. It's becoming a very steep uphill battle for him to find a way back into this. A quick exchange there, and Mist manages to secure the point. It's a gritty way to climb back into this. Havoc makes it look easy from that high ground, quickly regaining a comfortable cushion in the score. A big difference in form from a guy who's 22-8 today. A quick duel on the Tetris, and Havoc is just shutting the door on any potential comeback here. He's really asserting himself as the top-tier threat here. It's 9-3 in favor of Havoc, and honestly, this is exactly what we expected to see. The higher-rated player is just too sharp for Mist right now. Time to switch sides. Unbelievable. Mist survives by a hair, managing to clutch it out from the Tetris. That was a nail-biter of a trade. Havoc keeps his lead, sitting comfortably at 10-4. A top 10 placement on the ladder is starting to look very deserved. These bouts are flying by. Havoc is just effortlessly cleaning up these exchanges right now. The gap in experience is showing between these two. The momentum has completely shifted back to Havoc, and he is now just one round away from victory. And there it is. He wraps things up with a perfect final kill to secure the series. A totally one-sided affair today. It's just a brutal stretch of games for Mist right now. Havoc has the upper hand in their overall history, holding a commanding 51-30 lead in their head-to-head battles. Looking at this matchup, the odds clearly favor the 5-rated player today. It will be interesting to see if Esther can actually push back against that pressure. Esther just looks way too comfortable playing from the ramp, effectively shutting down Havoc's initial lead. Havoc is really starting to pull away here, showing some serious speed in those early exchanges. Havoc is just one step ahead at 3-2. Expectations are high for Havoc with a strong 23-8 record today. Havoc is making that window spot look like a fortress right now. He's really managing his pace well, despite that early setback. Aster has historically been more effective on this specific layout with a 67% win rate. It's just surprising to see those numbers ignored while Havoc continues to build this lead. We have to wonder if Aster is simply overthinking his approach here. Aster picks up a quick exchange from the ramp to get back in this. He's looking sharp after that 13-6 win against Mist earlier. Aster manages to clear the ramp, keeping his head in the game. The top half ranking for Aster is finally starting to show. Another huge play from Aster, knocking Havoc right off that wine box to keep this surge going. The momentum has completely shifted in the underdog's favor. We've got a dead heat at 6-6. Well, Aster is proving he can hang with the favorite, even though Havoc usually owns this head-to-head. This is shaping up to be a much closer fight than anyone predicted. Fresh start for both guys. Absolutely untouchable. He closes the gap to a one-round lead and continues this incredible recovery. This is completely overturning everything we expected from the matchups. Perfectly balanced, Aster and Havoc are totally locked in. He's really digging in to prove his top 5 rating. Havoc is taking control again, utilizing those planks to secure a decent lead. The 5th ranked player is really finding his footing again. A stunning display of precision from the favorite, putting an end to Aster's run and grabbing a 3rd straight win. Coming off a 23-12 run so far today, Aster shows real grit, dragging himself back into the game by picking his opponent off the window. That was a quick read to get things back on track. Aster just completely denies the high ground, leveling the score at 9-9. Total parity now as we head into the final stretch. Havoc is too quick for him, just shredding Aster right out of that window. He just needs to maintain this efficiency to seal the deal. What a fight! He controls the toolbox to tie this match up at 10-all. Things have completely leveled out for this duo. Havoc is just too fast right now, snatching that win while perched on the ramp. The 5-rated player is really starting to tighten the screws. He's staying composed under pressure to bring this match right back to a draw. Neither of these two are backing down an inch. Unreal, Aster secures the ledge again, and now he's just one round away from a massive upset. Havoc shuts him down completely to force a tie, sending this nail-biter straight into overtime. A frantic conclusion to the regulation sets for both players. Havoc really likes that ramp position, using it to hold a thin lead as we enter the overtime frame. He's really showing that top 9% consistency. Absolute precision from Aster, taking a full health victory to level the series at 13-13. A clean stop right when the pressure was peaking. The pace is just lightning fast tonight. These exchanges are deciding everything in a split second. His 80% recent form is really showing right now. He's back in control, shutting everything down from the planks to get within a single round of victory. That's an incredibly suffocating way to close out the set. What an incredible finish! Havoc shuts the door with a perfect final play to secure the series. He really had to dig deep for that one. Aster pushed him to the absolute limit in overtime, but the favorite ultimately stayed stronger. What a match! Aster has a huge lifetime advantage with 225 wins over Mist. You know, it really feels like that head-to-head history is playing a role here. We just have to see if Mist can find any answer to that momentum. Aster takes a commanding 2-1 lead right now. He's certainly playing like the top 10 seed we expected. Everything is happening so fast today. Aster is just out-reacting him completely. Aster pushes ahead, now leading the series 3-2. It's a huge confidence boost for him after those recent losses. Mist claws back to tie this thing up. A huge shift from that tough loss he took earlier. Aster really knows how to use those high angles to keep Mist guessing. The gap in raw skill level is starting to show here. Unbelievable. He barely survives that exchange to bring the series completely level. Mist barely edges ahead to take the 5-4 lead. A surprising turnaround considering his rough run of form lately. Aster looks sharp from the top, keeping the pressure on as we head toward the halfway mark. Aster strikes back to reclaim the lead at 6-5. He's looking quite strong after that 13-6 victory over his opponent recently. We're all square at 6 apiece heading into the break. I mean, Mist is holding his own perfectly as the favorite. It'll be interesting to see if he can keep this pressure up on the other side. Fresh start for both. Aster pulls ahead by 1 as the tension rises. His top 10 ranking is definitely showing right now. Looking at the current score, Aster is clearly capitalizing on a rough stretch for Mist. That recent 629 record in the last day is really weighing on him. It's making it very difficult for him to find any stability right now. Pure chaos. Now we're locked in a dead heat at 8 apiece. A total opposite of that 13-6 defeat he took earlier. That was a blur. These two are trading rounds so quickly now, it's anyone's game. Another tie. Mist and Aster are neck and neck. It's a complete reversal from that 4-13 he suffered against Havoc. Aster barely edges back in front, holding a slim lead. He's really playing his way back into that top 8 spot. Aster is really tightening his grip on this match now, putting a lot of pressure on Mist to pull something out. Mist is refusing to let this slip away, fighting back just as Aster seemed to be pulling away again. He just completely dismantled the opposition of the box to reach match point. Just a fraction of a second separated those two in that exchange. A lightning, fast reaction from Mist to keep the dream alive. Just an absolute blitz of a round by Mist. Another flawless reaction from Mist to force this battle into overtime. He's fighting for a massive slump to stay in the game. What a sudden turn of events. Aster just shut that door firmly to reclaim the advantage. The rating difference really starts to feel oppressive at this stage. We are truly in for a long night. This is becoming an absolute war of attrition. Mist is really putting on a clinic right now, refusing to let Aster get back into this game. They are simply refusing to let this match end. We are deep into overtime and neither one is blinking. It's clear that the top 8 seed has the tools to survive this. Aster secures a critical second straight round, putting himself just one win away from victory. What an incredible finish! Aster survives by a hair to close out the series. Honestly, Mist should be proud of how he pushed that one. He really refused to go down without a fight. What a match! Havoc dominates the head-to-head history here, winning 69% of their encounters. This total control is reinforced by his current form. It's clear that the disparity in their recent results is creating a huge amount of pressure for Mist. Havoc is just relentlessly pushing his lead to 2-1. He really needs to shake off those recent losses. What a fight! Mist barely scrapes through that exchange to drag the series back to a draw. A massive shift from how their last encounter played out. Havoc claws back the advantage, leading 3-2 now. It's hard to ignore that gap in ladder positioning. Havoc is running away with it at 4-2. He's really making a case for that top 5 placement. These rounds are starting to fly by. The pace is picking up as Mist keeps things competitive. Coming off a tough stretch, but is staying in the fight. Mist has struggled significantly today, moving to a 6:30 record over the last 24 hours. It means he's coming into this particular set with a huge amount of negativity. I wonder if he can mentally reset and find a way to challenge this lead. Havoc is comfortably in control with a 6-4 cushion. The gap in skill is glaring, and it shows on the scoreboard. Havoc is starting to really pull away here. He's just too sharp for Mist right now. He's certainly playing like the number 5 ranked player right now. Havoc heads into the break with an 8-4 lead. I mean, this is exactly what the numbers predicted. He's just keeping a steady grip on the match as expected. Let's see if Mist can respond. Havoc just completely shut that down from the ramp. He's looking far too strong right now. Looking at that rating difference, it's clear why he's the favorite here. Unreal. Both players were nearly gone, but he manages to clear Mist off the ramp by a hair. He's mirroring the result of their most recent series here. He's really starting to roll now, putting the pressure back on Mist after that tough fight. Absolute devastation here as he secures a crucial advantage and puts the game on the line. A sharp reaction from Mist to put a momentary halt to the momentum. It's a glimpse of hope for the underdog here. And there it is! Havoc closes out the series with a final burst to take the win. It's just a tough day at the office for Mist, who's really struggling to find some momentum right now. Aster holds a strong 68% win rate on this map, which should give him a lot of confidence heading into the early rounds. But Havoc has been the much more reliable force in their direct clashes. It will be interesting to see if that head-to-head dominance continues today. He's just untouchable right now, shutting down the push from the ramp for a third straight point. Quite the flip from their last encounter on fast aim. He's completely taking over this map, moving to a 4-0 start. Rough start for the projected favorite. Unreal, he's simply refusing to let Havoc find a single opening. Havoc really needs to remember how to find his mark. Finally, a round for Havoc, getting a quick, clean look at his opponent. The 5th ranked player is finally showing why he entered as the favorite. Havoc has really found his stride today, and a quick glance at the records shows he's currently 25-8 over the last day. It's clear he's carrying that momentum into this series. He just needs a few more rounds here to fully shift the odds in his favor. What a turnaround! He's just on fire, sweeping away the competition to put the pressure back on Aster. Absolute chaos in that exchange, but he keeps the momentum rolling to tie this series up. It's a complete reset as we head into the second half. Aster answers back and takes the lead as we approach the break. He manages to keep his composure and steal one back. We've got a 7-5 lead for Aster. It's a close set, but the underdog is definitely the one controlling the pace right now. He's playing a great game despite that 63% historical win rate for Havoc. Let's see who settles in first. He's showing real grit here, managing to clear Aster off the ramp. A clutch response from a guy who knows he's the favorite here. The resilience is impressive as he manages to outduel Aster on the ramp to bring the score level. He is definitely making a case for his top 10 ranking right now. Incredible. Both players were nearly out of health, but he survives the carnage to take his 3rd straight round. He really refuses to give an inch when the pressure is on. He's completely seized control of the match now, securing his 4th straight win. The level of play he's putting up is easily top tier. He puts an end to the run, holding a tight angle from the ramp to earn the point. Just a glimpse of that top 10 class from Aster. He manages to clear him off the ramp in an absolute nail-biter of a fight. He is really scraping by with the bare minimum of health. He delivers a perfect shot, putting himself just 2 rounds away from victory. He's definitely playing with the confidence of a high seed right now. Unbelievable! Aster clings to life with a sliver of health to outlast him in a brutal exchange. Absolute heartstopper for the lead. He's starting to carve out a real opening here, closing the gap to just 1 point. He has completely turned the tide of this set, putting himself in a position to finish this right now. What a finish! Havoc completes an incredible climb to secure the victory. He really dug deep to close that gap and secure the victory. That was a total roller coaster of a series. A tough loss for Aster. Aster holds a massive 226 to 104 lead in their historical head-to-head meetings, and honestly, it's a shock to see him on the back foot so early. The gap in their overall ratings is significant, which makes this surprising opening round feel like a total fluke. He's just too fast right now, claiming another round to move to a 3-0 lead. A complete reversal of their recent patterns. A perfect response from Aster, getting back on the board without taking any damage. He needs to dig deeper to overcome this initial deficit. He's quickly narrowing the gap, showing real grit to claw back into this. He has completely leveled the playing field, erasing that early lead in a flash. Just a total shutdown. He's completely taken over the map with 4 straight rounds. Everything is falling back into place for the favorite. He's just untouchable now, cleaning up yet another round without breaking a sweat. He's simply in a different league right now, racking up 6 consecutive rounds to take a commanding lead. The momentum is officially shifting and Aster is just staring through this match right now. The skill gap is on full display right now. Another clean sweep for the leader, who is simply refusing to let up. He is just too sharp in these quick exchanges. Aster takes a 9-3 lead into the break, and honestly, it's a slaughter. Mist is completely falling apart, which matches his 20-game losing streak perfectly. We're seeing a complete collapse from the supposed favorite here. Time for a reset. He remains completely untouchable, walking away from this engagement without a scratch. The gap in their individual rankings is becoming very apparent. Mist has actually won 4 of their last 5 head-to-head clashes, and while the scoreline doesn't show it, that suggests he knows exactly how to play against this opponent. It will be interesting to see if he can string together a few more wins to make this actually competitive. What a way to reclaim control, putting himself just a single point away from victory. What a finish! He closes it out to secure the victory. He really just put on a clinic, and that anemic form for Mist continues to be a huge problem. Havoc is controlling the pace early on, which makes sense given he has won 69% of their all-time encounters. He's really leaning into that head-to-head dominance right now. It will be interesting to see if Mist can find any answer to that pressure. Havoc is on fire, easily picking him off the ramp to make it a 3-round sweep. A huge response there as Mist shows some serious grit to finally get on the board. He's certainly fighting the good fight as the underdog here. Havoc just didn't let that last round slip, quickly shutting Mist down from the wine box. The gap in our rating is certainly starting to show. A really sharp exchange here as he keeps the pressure on, chipping away at that lead. A dangerous way to start the series for the favorite. He is refusing to back down, securing another point to keep the deficit small. The momentum shift is real as the underdog closes in. Incredible, he's completely erased that early deficit to even the score. He's playing with a completely different level of confidence now. He simply isn't stopping, catching the opponent right off the ramp to secure a 4-round run. It's a complete role reversal from what we expected today. He clears out Havoc from the wine box to bring this total to 5 straight. Something feels off for the higher seed today. A clean find for Havoc, picking him right off the ramp. He has been extremely sharp across the board today. Mist takes a 7-5 lead into the break. I mean, we're seeing a complete shocker here. The top seed is struggling to hold his ground against a player who had lost 21 games in a row before this. Let's see who blinks first. A completely untouchable sequence there as he keeps the momentum firmly in his favor. Really showing us that rank doesn't always tell the whole story. Both players were taking huge damage in a frantic scramble, but he manages to claw out the win. A gutsy survival there for Havoc to keep himself in the game. Unreal! He survives by the skin of his teeth and continues this climb back into the match. He's really digging in deep to stay relevant here. Absolutely effortless. He's completely shifted the tide here and we're all square at 8-8. He's completely taken over the map now, taking a commanding lead in this series. That's a brutal way for the underdog to lose his lead. He's absolutely cruising now, securing a 5th straight for a lead of 2. Simply unstoppable now as he secures his 6th consecutive victory from the ramp. He's in complete control, putting Mist on the ropes and moving just 1 round away from victory. What a finish! He storms back to close out the map and secure the victory. He really just tightened the screws when it mattered most. Mist put up a hell of a fight, but the top seed was just too clean. Havoc holds a massive lead in their history with 53 total wins over Aster, and honestly, it's starting to look like a familiar pattern given how he handled their most recent encounter. We'll see if Aster can put that experience to use as the match progresses. Havoc is really starting to dictate the pace here. He's been seeing a lot of success today with a 27-8 run. Aster just needs to find one opening here to slow things down. And it's a tough look for Aster after his recent loss on Redline. Pure speed from Havoc to secure another, moving his lead to 4 rounds. He's really playing up to that higher seed right now. Absolute control from the favorite as he continues to stack up these rounds. The difference in their current form is glaring. Aster puts an end to the run, clawing back around here. He has spent most of his day looking sharp, regardless of the map. Aster usually performs quite well here with a 73% map win rate. It's a surprising contrast when you look at how he's struggling to get things moving in this specific series. It'll be interesting to see if those historical numbers start to matter. Havoc is just cruising at a 7-3 advantage. The top 5 spot on the ladder is looking secure right now. Havoc is putting on a clinic here, consistently shutting down any attempt at a comeback. Havoc holds an 8-4 lead heading into the break. Well, everything is playing out exactly how we thought it would. He has too much momentum right now for Aster to easily stop. Time for a fresh start. Havoc still holds a comfy 3-round cushion. He's showing why he's currently rated in the top 10. Aster is showing some serious grit here, securing another win to close that gap. The pressure is definitely shifting back toward the favorite now. Havoc stays in the driver's seat at 9-6. That's a very solid day of work for Havoc so far. Another untouchable frame for Aster, who refuses to let this lead slip away. He's starting to put some serious doubt in the air. Havoc keeps his grip on things, sitting at 10-7. His recent performance today has basically been flawless. Havoc is really putting the squeeze on Aster here, moving just a couple of rounds away from the finish line. The number 5 seed is simply too polished right now. Aster is making a push here, showing he can definitely hang with Havoc in these quick exchanges. A lightning fast reflex shot puts Havoc on match point. A total shutout from the favorite on that exchange. Aster manages to hold his ground and secure a huge victory here. That keeps things intense as we head into the final stretch. He's simply refusing to go down, keeping this dream alive with another crucial answer. We're seeing a real shift in the momentum now. What a finish! Havoc shuts the door right there to secure the victory. Aster really pushed him to the limit this time, but he just couldn't find those final answers. What a fight. Mist is fighting a tough uphill battle after falling 431 in his last few matches. It is a massive contrast in form considering Aster has been so consistent today. We just have to see if that early confidence carries through for the underdog. Mist takes a slim lead as we enter round 3. Expectations are starting to line up with that top quartile ranking. The reaction times are just blinding right now. That round was over before we could even blink. Aster really holds his ground on that box, keeping things very tight here. He certainly got the upper hand in the all-time head-to-head. Aster is picking up speed here, showing no signs of letting up after that quick snapshot to take the lead. Mist pushes ahead by 1 as we hit round 7. We are deadlocked at 4 apiece now. This is exactly why the odds were so skewed in the opener. Aster just can't be shaken, using that high ground to secure another quick one. Mist is really keeping the pressure on and refuses to let Aster pull away. Looking at the rating, Aster should be comfortably in control here. Aster claws back to a 6-5 lead. That 67% career win rate reflects a huge amount of experience. Aster holds a narrow 7-5 lead as we head into the break. I mean, we expected the higher rated player to control the pace, but Mist is actually keeping this very competitive. We'll see if he can close the gap after the switch. New sides, let's see what happens. Aster has been on fire in the last 24 hours with a 21-14 record. It is clear he is carrying that momentum into this half and putting a serious amount of pressure on his opponent. The real question is if Mist can find a way to slow this slide down. Unreal, he practically runs out of health, but Aster still manages to secure the kill from the box. He's just completely in control of the map right now, adding another effortless round to his total. A completely clean exchange here, with Mist shutting down that momentum. He's definitely fighting for his life against the top 10 opponent. He's really starting to close the gap now, taking back the momentum with 2 quick rounds in a row. Aster bounces back immediately and now he's just 1 point away from victory. And there it is! Aster secures the final point to close out the series. Just a clinical showing here, with the higher rank proving way too much for Mist to handle in the end.